Hello. Hi, hi, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Or good morning, or good evening, or, whatever time this finds you at. I'm excited to play this game. It has a very similar aesthetic vibe to Cyberpunk Bartender Action Valhalla. But it's different. It's different. It's different in a lot of ways that I've yet to even find out. It's also, from what I hear, kind of Yuri coded. I love a Yuri coded game. Yeah, I guess no time like the present, right? No time like the present, right? Also, like, this music fucking bangs. I've been sitting here just kind of jamming to the lobby music while I waited to start stream. I almost didn't even grab myself a glass of water. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think turn it down just a touch. Just a touch for y'all. That way it's not like blaring and blasting out your monitor. Your monitor. I don't know. I still don't fully know audio. Alright. Well, let's get started. Hello, Michelle. How you doing over there? I seem to have gotten a bit used to life in Chroma City. Instead of the rising sun, I've started dividing my days by payment approvals and insufficient funds. Damn, too real. Too real. The light monopolized by Sunshine Corp has replaced the sun, and most things are solved with price tags. I wish beer was the only thing I had to pay for. Right. The price of beer went up again recently. Damn, ain't that the truth? Everything is going up except for two things, the sun and my income. But Michelle, everything comes at a high price except for the value of labor. But I can find some stability, at least while I'm working. When I drifted here after we parted ways, I thought my incompetence was the reason for our breakup. And that thought still weighs me down. I can't say things are completely different now, but here, at least while I'm holding on to my work, that weight lifts just for a moment. Alright. Regardless of how much I earn. For that time, at least I have the assurance that I won't collapse. The people I meet, the conversations we have, and what I've come to feel, I want to tell you about it. I love this music. That's the thing that a lot of games, and maybe I'm just not playing the right games, but like a jazzy little background number, ooh, I love that. On the second floor of commercial district, slightly away from the city center, repair clinic D1AL-ogue, a place where the outside noise recedes with just a few words of small talk. Don't criticize my naming skills. Because in Chroma City, they give estimates for heartbreaks and charge for repairs. Sheesh. December 14th. Lame. All that to get a message that says lame. Herm. I said the name is totally lame. And Chris, did you have a beer? What's with the sentimental nonsense this early in the morning? I was thinking about a customer from yesterday, and I couldn't help it. He came in saying his portable virtual chip was stuck, but maybe it activated during repairs, because he started running around the room like crazy, swinging a leather belt at me. Thanks to him, my dial equipment almost bit the dust too. It's because you have such a shady and lame name. Only customers fitting that description would show up. Ha. Rude. I do think about, like, naming stuff. I'm so bad at naming cocktails. I'm bad at like bad at naming books. Bad at naming poems. I worry that if I ever do get to truly open up my bar in the real world, my bar, that I'll name it and everyone will be like, yeah, the drink's alright, but that name kind of shit. Don't tell me you're talking about the oasis of Chroma City bathed in neon light. D1AL-ogue Repair Clinic. Our repair clinic is an all-around sanctuary that provides not just quick and accurate repairs, but also emotional stability through comfortable conversation. That shady name is exactly why Eves needing repairs turn away and go elsewhere. Emotional stability for Eves, that feels less like shady and more like creepy. Is that what you habitually make Eves wet themselves? What? To be precise, it's the act of discharging overheated coolant. Your phrasing is misleading. Same difference. What do you mean, same difference? You're probably the one who describes it like that. You're probably the only one who describes it like that. Stop spouting nonsense so early and check your equipment already. Are you not open for business today? You used to love stories like this. Even though you used to sing about wanting to become an Eve when you were little. Shut up. Seems like the hangover from yesterday's beer is pretty bad. And speaking of Eves, why don't you replace the outdated equipment in your repair clinic? Using a dial when D5AL is already out is disrespectful to them. What you're overlooking is that D1AL equipment is strictly specialized for diagnosis. The diagnostic performance was so good from the first generation that even with the fifth generation out, it hasn't improved that dramatically. Then what's different? The main advancements are in unit synthesis, convenience in the synthesis process, overclocking synthesized parts, firmware modification, etc., etc., etc. However, I can make up for the dial's lagging synthesis performance purely with the touch of my fingertips. It's actually kind of impressive. Crucially, if I upgrade to a newer generation, why, is there extra subscription fees? There'd be no point in having registered the business as D1AL-ogue. You don't seem to get it. A little wit breathes vitality into a wearied life, and also seeing the strangely named repair clinic operating normally, I guess your skills really are unquestionable. Then it should be a breeze if I suddenly test you with the standard D1AL practical level 1 mock maintenance, right? Practice repair. Prove Michelle wrong about my skills. Target moves 20. It's been a while since the last mock maintenance. Let's take it step by step. Alright, I accept this request. Check damaged parts on dial that need repair right now. Hover over the damaged part to see the required units. First, let's select a damaged part to repair. Oh, Unit 2. Dial consists of 4 layers and 6 indices. Each module can be moved by dragging it to swap places with adjacent models up, down, left, and right. Moving modules uses dial's battery. If you use up all the battery, you can't move anymore. Let's try moving a module. Okay. This is the damage one. What am I supposed to do? That seemed right. Oh, you can fucking make big brain moves. I think I get this one now. Oh, right-click while dragging. Okay. If you move modules to line 3 or more, they synthesize into a higher tier unit. If you synthesize modules a total of 10 times, the battery overcharges and increases max capacity. Click the battery to proceed. You can check the current damage location and required units on the right panel. Hover your mouse over each damage location to see the registered unit. Synthesize the required unit and move it to the damaged location. Okay. Okay. I think I'm starting to get this. Case requires multiple types of units. The info panel will show the required colors for each position. Just place the units according to the colors to replace them. Okay. Yes. Now place required modules. You can also repair using a higher tier unit. Now let's select the final damaged part. The last damaged part requires a high tier unit. You can check unit appearance by tier on the phone by pressing tab. Click here, power module. Okay. See the icons for each unit level. Okay. Let's use the dial special function, gauge bar on the left. This gauge charges for the corresponding type when 4 or more modules are synthesized. When fully charged, click the gauge and then a module or unit to convert it. Alright. Okay. I'm actually low-key kind of lost, actually. Try changing type, cancel by right-clicking. If you made a mistake, I think it's hopeless, press the restart button to try the repair again. Okay. Change types while repairing. Okay. So I just moved a bunch of shit for no reason. This is actually the one I want, so I actually don't need to change the unit type. I'm actually kind of good. Satisfied now? That's really amazing. Honestly, I knew you ran the repair clinic, but I didn't know you were this skilled. Even with the latest D5AL equipment, it wouldn't be this fast for a level 1 mock maintenance. I see you in a new light. This is nothing. If I want to attract Eve customers to this strangely named repair clinic of yours, I can't tolerate a single maintenance error. First impressions are most important whenever you go. wherever you go. If you care so much about first impressions, why don't you erase that suspicious slogan on the front of the door? Besides, there needs to be comfort during the repair process for them to feel emotionally stable and open up. I just can't understand that creepy philosophy of yours. Should probably start opening up the shop now. Okay, talk to you later. Target moves. Maybe it's because of the beer I had yesterday, but it feels a bit stiff. Okay. Welcome. This is Repair Clinic D1AL-ogue. Hey, Chris. Ah, pray. What brings you here at this hour? What about your cafe shift? What's in my SNS? Exclusive unidentified component found, nanocatalyst design mismatch controversy. From The Noise, Truth Unveiled. Controversy is erupting after an unidentified molecular component not listed in official blueprints. Thank you for the slap. Brain turn off. Not listed in official blueprints was discovered in the nanocatalyst mandatory inoculated into Chroma City citizens. In addition to identification and data collection, hello Dax Jackson. Welcome in, welcome in. 11 months. 11 months Jackson. Nanocatalysts perform the core function of forcibly inducing serotonin secretion in reaction to neon shine to prevent LDS, light deficiency syndrome, caused by sunlight deprivation. I'm dumb, I can't read. Precise molecular analysis of recently extracted nanocatalyst samples confirmed the presence of an unidentified element, non-existent in the standard specifications released by authorities. While Chroma City authorities maintain it is merely an impurity generated during catalyst aging, their passive response, failing to provide technical evidence to support this claim, is only amplifying suspicions. Okay. So many big fucking words. They're pulling out their big Scrabble brain on this dialogue. A new dawn for Eve maintenance. D6AL unveiled, a fully automated process. By Sunshine Dispatch. Last night, the 13th, Sunshine Corp unveiled the D6AL, a 6th generation architecture diagnostic lens that moves away from the traditional manual mechanic work to fully automate the maintenance process. This product eliminates cumbersome manual synthesis and part replacement. It features proprietary real-time autonomous calibration technology that minimizes human intervention, maximizing system precision and maintenance efficiency. Sunshine Corp stated that introducing the D6AL will replace outdated, imperfect maintenance methods and enable immediate data-driven system recovery and optimization. All right, sorry, Prey. I need to check my SNS real quick. I need to read these things. I need to read about Buff Girl O'Hara hype peak neural network unit orgasm buff released from WMP Waifu Maiden Press. The hit series Buff Girl O'Hara, currently ranking number 1 in streaming charts in real-time interest, is reaching peak hype ahead of its finale on February 3rd. Capitalizing on the show's success, the distributor unveiled the collaboration custom unit Orgasm Buff, set for official release on February 4th, the day after the finale. Orgasm Buff draws attention with a design inspired by O'Hara's Champion belt. Notably, it replaces the traditional manual operation with an automated sympathetic nerve stimulation function via a feedback loop. Product features forced photonic neural network update technology to control system overhead caused by continuous sympathetic stimulation. Okay, so it's a little porn thing. Little porn guy. It's kind of something, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, what brings you here at this hour? What about your cafe shift, Prey? Are you watching the popular show airing these days, Buff Girl O'Hara? No, I just read about it. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Are you watching it? I do watch it every week, but then this will be quick. In yesterday's episode, do you remember the scene where O'Hara smashed Mrs. Blind with a magical pile driver? O'Hara rarely gets pushed into a corner, so seeing her fight back with a double nosebleed and crushed Blind's neck for a comeback was quite the twist in many ways. That's exactly it. What exactly is it? What exactly are you trying to say? A villain showed up at our shop, and they look like they desperately need that pile driver. I knew you'd understand. I only understood that you're having a difficult customer. Could you speak a bit more clearly? They say he's a bigwig from Sunshine Corp. He claims his mere visit is a favor to this crappy shop, and threatened that he could turn off all the neon shines in this district with a single word. A different routine every day. I envy how today is unlike yesterday. Shut up. Anyways, thanks to that big shot, it's been nothing but new stability officer faces all morning. Those guys are hard to find when you actually need them, but they swarm like rats for this. And I thought there was a terrorist attack or something. So that's what happened. What brings such a person to a backwater like this? I don't know the details. But it seems he came to negotiate with the manager of this commercial district. Something about increasing the neon shine subscription fees around here starting next month, and removing the free neon shine streetlights. Controlling the light. His actions are just like Mrs. Blind. See why I brought up Buff Girl? If Mrs. Blind has appeared in reality, then a magical pile driver isn't out of the question either. Can you go and try it? It's way out of my expertise and job description, but I can mimic it. I knew it. I wanted to pour coffee on his face, but now I feel a bit better. Right, and if you're really going to try it, be careful. The security's intense. You could get arrested just for keeping your hands in your pockets. Then again, today, my secret power will remain hidden. Anyway, raising subscription fees is a pretty big deal. I was thinking about subscribing to the hologram figure for my lonely room, but with the increased fees, it'll be tight. Same here. Really? Eves are relatively free from LDS, so do you really need to subscribe to Neon Shine? It's only relatively free. God, this world sucks. This world sucks. Our world also sucks. Everything's a damn subscription fee. Nothing comes easily in this world. Soon enough, you're gonna have to pay a fee to go inside the grocery store. That would fucking suck. If our condition worsens, data loss occurs, and we could have problems more serious than humans. Plus, I've got someone to look after. You mean Remy? Remy is family. It's a cat. Oh, cats are family to a lot of people. A lot of people, cats are family. Does being a cat mean it can't be family? You'd better watch your words in front of our Remy. Prey showed her claws, adopting an aggressive cat-like stance. Meow. Please forgive me. I'll make an exception this time. Pesto is family. Leo's family. Beatrice and Benedict are family. Honestly, Salt is family. I do miss that cat we lived with when we lived together, Dax. I often wonder what happened to that cat. Slinky. Slinky. She deserved better. Deserved better. Anyways, if the subscription fee goes up, I'll have to get up on the item I was planning to buy. What are you thinking of getting? Buff Girl collaboration merch. They're doing a collaboration with a neural stimulation unit for Eves. They announced that pre-orders will start on the day the last episode airs. The things people come up with. What do you mean the things they come up with? This collaboration product is amazing. They said when the empathy unit activates and overloads, it shakes your cognitive abilities, creating the illusion of transforming. It's basically another way of saying, you must buy this. What on earth does that mean? And aren't the expressions shakes cognitive abilities and illusion of transforming seriously suspicious? You're making a fuss over nothing. Besides, considering the chips you usually use, I don't think you're in a position to talk. What do you say? Hey, those are legitimately released VR chips, you know. I didn't even put them there for you to see, you just looked at them on your own. No intention of respecting your tastes. But, if I may give you a piece of personal advice, in a repair clinic where Eves are the main customers, displaying chips with covers showing Eves and humans getting intimate doesn't seem like a very good choice. Yeah, you shouldn't just have your porn out at work. Like, I feel like generally speaking, regardless of the field you work in, you probably shouldn't just like have your porn out. Even if it's softcore, even if it's a dojin, you should probably put that away. I'm just saying. I just put frequently used items where they're easy to see. It's inevitable in a workshop with lots of tools. I feel like I just heard some terrible information. If you're lonely, why don't you find a lover? I'm sorry, but... Okay, I'm sorry. Prey apologized quickly. Why? It was as if she didn't want to hear it. Did she foresee what I was going to say? And can I ask for a simple repair? I need to create an excuse to tell the boss. Sure, repairs are always welcome. Target moves 28. Create an excuse for Prey's absence. Open that back up. Awesome. We'll start here. Okay. Don't you think the name Neon Shine is super tacky? Like a middle-aged man trying to look cool. I agree with that part. Sounds like a name where they changed one syllable from neon sign and celebrated themselves for being extremely witty. It's really comedy that the person agreeing with that has our repair clinic with a name just as bad. Yeah. Alright. And now I need... I think I did it right. What exactly does the stimulation from the empathy unit feel like? I only learned about it in theory, but I was curious since I've never felt it myself. It's similar to humans. If humans feel it through the muscle contraction, blood flow changes, and hormone secretion, for Eves, that's just replaced by the empathy unit. Stimulating this directly gives quite a pleasurable feeling. So, is it like an orgasm? You're a fucking pervert guy. This guy fucking sucks. Doesn't match exactly, but it's probably the closest thing. Then what about the collaboration merch you mentioned earlier? I was just curious about what it feels like to transform. They say power surges through you. Sure, whatever. Dog, you're the one with your fucking porn out like a little freak shit. Alright. Ah, you idiot, be gentle. I haven't even fucking done shit. I do shit! Okay. Not exactly what I was thinking. Oh wait, I have what I need. Why did I do that? Alright, all done. There's no major issues. Wow, my stiff back feels completely refreshed. Is this what it feels like when O'Hara purifies her body with brief seed? It's okay to mention my crude repair in the same breath as something so noble. Crude? You're too strict with yourself. No one around here can match your skills. Enough, pray. Save that talk for after you buy me a beer. You make a fuss when I compliment you. What a personality. I noticed earlier your power unit was screaming again. Aren't you overworking yourself lately? Must be because a lot of zombies have been gathering in front of the shop lately. They practically set up camp there. Zombies? Do you mean flicker patients high on drugs? Usually they just stumble around spouting nonsense. No, those are blackouts. It's a state where even radical methods like electronic drugs can't prevent damage to the frontal lobe and neural network. You can consider their ego and personality data virtually destroyed. Lately, the media seems to just call them zombies instead of severe LDS patients. I've been here for a while, but I thought they just were drug addicts. Drug addicts are probably better off than them. Aren't they both equally in the gutter? At least junkies have their infinite love for drugs left. Blackouts are worse. I hate this dialogue. This dialogue fucking sucks. Why are we always dogging on addicts? Like, addiction is real, and it's like a struggle that a lot of people deal with in varying degrees, and sometimes it's drugs, and sometimes it's video games, and sometimes it's fucking, like, people get addicted to a lot of different things. Don't dog on the addicts. They're people. They're normal people with feelings and love and joy and hopes and dreams. And bad luck sometimes, sure, but we got bad luck too. Damn. Be fucking chill. Okay. Shut up. I'm not even gonna read this dialogue. I'm fucking mad. If it's not you, the world doesn't matter. Truly an impossible devotion. In contrast, blackouts are like empty shells with even their desires gone. They wander around following the light by instinct. And when they find neon shine, they swarm like gnats and won't leave. Chasing light suggests they still have at least minimal desires left. If you saw them, you'd think I'm exactly right. They aren't moving to find light. It's just that it's the only stimulus left that they can react to. If they crawled around looking for light normally, maybe you'd be right. Of course, they would become something even more terrible. As I recall, the shop you work at has a floor-to-ceiling glass window on one side. Right, and clearing away the gnats that gather there is one of my daily tasks. It's probably because of the 80% of my power unit overloads. It's probably the cause of 80% of my power unit overloads. And the other 20% is because of the idiot removing streetlights. Exactly. Every day must be tough. It gives me a headache just thinking about how much tougher it's going to get. You know that? Happiness and unhappiness are influenced more by future events than the present. Wasn't that a study on human psychology? Humans and Eves are pretty much the same. Do you realize that that statement conflicts heavily with your critique of my taste before the repair? I come back because I respect it. Oh ho ho. My head feels like exploding as it is. Do you have to make me say useless things? If you plan to keep wrecking me to rip off repair fees, you better not be prepared. I'm sorry. Customer pray, Emery. Stop joking. I have to go now. Even a justified absence is a problem if it drags on. I don't want to get fired and become a zombie, rubbing my face against a glass window. By now, the streetlight idiot should have left the shop too. You're sharp. Good sense, as always. It was a pleasant conversation today, pray. Me too. See you later. Chris? Why is this fucking name Chris? Why is it Chris? Chris, pray. They're fucking bad politics. Seems she spent more time than expected distracted by the chat. It's already time for lunch. Let's take a break. Total move count 11. Gang gang. Wow, seriously amazing. What did you just do to my bag? I feel light as a feather. Perfect repair. Whoa, who's this baddie? And Eve stood before me, though there was no sound of the door opening. Despite her polite attitude and likable first impression, I couldn't quite feel at ease. All TNDLS models are government-affiliated Eves, usually distinguishable by their department mark. But I couldn't see any mark on the Eve before me, nor was there any way to confirm her affiliation. Of course, nothing official in Chroma City was particularly trustworthy, but I reacted unusually sensitively to that mark. Pray says I look at that mark with the eyes of a sinner, which probably isn't polite behavior towards a customer. Before we start, excuse me, but may I ask what specific purpose you're specialized for? If it's military, private maintenance is illegal. Orca! Ah, you wouldn't know since I'm not wearing protective gear on my day off. I'm Orca O'Hara from the Urban Recovery Agency of Chroma City. You could just call me Orca for short. Although designed for rescue and disaster recovery operations, I'm a model equipped with multi-purpose functions like other Eves to reduce citizens' aversion. Rescue. You have quite an ordinary appearance for someone deployed to rough sites. In fact, it wasn't an ordinary appearance. Rescue specialized TNDLES models possess an appearance generally considered beautiful to reduce aversion. It's because we mostly rely on external equipment. The design direction of the model also has the motto, Universal Fit. Unlike how it looks, there are many places to attach external equipment. This is for the attaching the powered exoskeleton during an entry. This is for the instantaneous thrust engine. And the tail part. It was quite embarrassing to watch her lift parts of her body here and there to introduce her model. But Orca seemed unaware of it and chattered excitingly for several minutes. How is it? I understand very well that it's not military. Besides that? Nothing. I was just trying to apologize for being rude earlier out of surprise. Of course, that wasn't it. Really, I didn't feel like it was rude. It's because the kind people are rare towards government-affiliated Eves. If you thought I was similar to others, then that's normal. That makes sense. What kind of maintenance are you here for? I was recently assigned here, so I need to submit an inspection confirmation by tomorrow. There aren't any major problems, so it shouldn't take long. It looks that way, but you never know until you check. I'll boot up the maintenance console, so please wait a moment. ... Perhaps because everyone is preparing for the Polar Night Day, the streets are intensely lively, aren't they? Polar Night Day. One of Chroma City's prides and the pride of prides. A holiday unique to the city and a festival ground. I'd even forgotten that it wasn't far off. It's a holiday unique to this city. Did you come for sightseeing beforehand? You don't have to say if it's hard to talk about. No, a few years ago I visited Chroma City due to a support request. It just happened to be Polar Night Day. There was a support request even to nearby cities. Yes, back then I was working in Luminance City, located south of Chroma City. It was complete chaos. The violence and confusion amidst the cheers of the festival were shocking even to me. A hologram panorama covering the sky, and below it explosions mixed with smoke. Must have been terrible. Must have been the wind. Yes, screams mixed with beautiful night views and hopeful music are quite shocking. The show went on as if indifferent to the tragedy. And most of the crowd was too intoxicated by the festival to even know what was happening. The organizers who knew about the accident went along with it too. It's probably because of the budget. The hologram panorama called Chromatic Zenith is one of Chroma City's prides. They say it's for the citizens' sense of belonging, but they pour an astronomical budget into it because it's an event that generates huge tourism revenue. Huge. Too much money had already been poured to cancel just because an accident occurred. So it's about money. Excluding talk of budget and compensation, all that's left in Chroma are patience. Not that I like it, but it's the unavoidable reality. That's sad. Sorry I unintentionally said something depressing. It's just reality. Nothing is as boring as realistic talk. Living day by day, whether you like it or not, is reality. Even an interesting show gets boring if you watch it hundreds of times. So it's hard for the story of a day repeated thousands of times to be interesting. It's natural to be drawn to stories of vacation, escapades, or figures bought on impulse, rather than talk of neon shine subscription fees or utility bills. I can't accept it rationally, yet I can't help but empathize experientially. Most hobbies are, after all, escapes from ordinary daily life. That's why people go crazy for Polar Night Day. They go crazy for Polar Night Day. And tourists visiting from the other side of the globe to see the chromatic zenith. Because the coming tomorrow isn't enjoyable because they're tired of reality. They close their eyes and ears and force themselves to shout that they are happy now. Wanting to run away from pain is one human instincts. Oops, I sounded creaky, like my dial equipment again. 0 points for a sales pitch, right? Sometimes creaking makes you feel alive, whether machine or human. But by any chance, are you doing maintenance with a first generation dial? Don't worry too much. I've safely repaired TNDLS models several times with this rugged friend. Why does the word safely sound so scary? Oh, dial is ready. Shall we begin? 35 moves, regular inspection. I got this. Whoa! What the hell? Can I just say, pet peeve, as a big-tailed girly, why is it that always these, like, animal-like characters, whether it's a VTuber or somebody in a video game, the tail is always placed, like, way up the back. Way up the back. They all make sense to me. Oh wait. Is that not it? Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucking... I was simply just below where I needed to be. Completed unit replacement for that part. How is it? Please feel free to tell me if there's any discomfort or awkwardness. No, it's much more comfortable than I thought. My worries before the maintenance were pointless. I feel like she don't need to have her grippers out. I actually feel smoother than the 5th generation dial. Well, that's a relief. But should I say it tingles? It keeps throbbing? Please be a little gentler. This area is densely packed with neural elements. It's very, sensitive. Oh dear, I'm clumsy because it's been a while since I've maintained a TNDLS. I'll try to be as gentle as possible. This guy's a fucking pervert. This guy's gonna go to freaking hell. This kind of maintenance, it's my first time. Alright. Okay. No! Fuck! I should have just taken it. I should have just taken the fucking motion. Okay. Now we're in the trickiness of it. Plug 1. Plug 2. Oh my god, why are you still going, man? Each TN-DLS model has had one unique organ, right? That's right, because each model specializes in a different purpose. I've often seen animal ears or reverse joint types, but this is my first time seeing a tail. The eaves of the Scarlet Response Unit under the Urban Recovery Agency, to which I belong, are all TN-DLS models. We have tails like me. It's fascinating. Usually, what is this tail used for? In our case, we mainly use it to clear broken debris or break down walls to enter. For something used for such rough purposes, didn't you say it was a sensitive part earlier? The external armor is a high-strength special alloy, so it's fine in the field. But when opened internally for maintenance, it's almost defenseless. I'm sorry, I will be more careful, to work delicately. Okay. I think I went over. As you said, it was a regular checkup, and there was no major problems, so it finished quickly. Oh, that unknown heavy feeling that was dragging me down has disappeared. No, it's more than that. It's refreshing. Manager, you have quite an interested look on your face right now. Orca's reaction was so vivid that I focused without realizing. I'm glad you're satisfied. I should be thanking you. It feels similar to that unique sensation when speeding through the city center on a bike. Roaming Chroma City while feeling the wind directly. You have a bolder hobby than I thought. Ah, yes. In Luminance City, my hobby was riding a bike to get some air on my days off. A quick bite of a snack, maybe. I don't have a car in the first place, and I like bikes. I prefer the openness of a bike to the enclosed space of a car. That peculiar stimulation where the gaze of others mixes into the liberating feeling of being open on all sides. It feels really good. Every hobby has its own taste. I apologize for the roughness during maintenance. No. It's just because I'm particularly sensitive compared to that same model. Because you kept talking to me in between. I felt reassured at the end, and it didn't hurt at all. And my body feels completely lighter too. I can endure this much for this level of effect. Orca started stretching her body here and there as if to show off. A careless Eve in a narrow space. As long as she doesn't bump into anything, it's not a bad view. Actually, I didn't do much. I just replaced a few neural units to suit the environment lacking photonic data. You mean because there's a lack of light? Exactly. Both humans and Eves cannot live without sunlight. That's why subscribing to neon shine is practically essential in Chroma City. So that's why my colleagues asked if I was subscribed to Neon Shine. Because unless it's chroma, you won't have problems due to lack of light. I made survival a paid service. Chroma claims it's the same logic as food being paid. Someday we might even get billed for breathing. Still, Eves are a bit better off. Humans can fall into depression if Neon Shine is cut off for just 2 days. They called it LDS, right? Correct. Stands for Light Deficiency Syndrome. Simply put, it's a disease caused by not receiving light. The body's signaling system gets tangled, and for Eves, noise accumulates in the photonic neural network. The depression and power drop you felt recently are probably due to this. My external equipment felt heavier than usual after coming to the city. It wasn't just my imagination. Body and mind are inseparable. Psychology inevitably changes according to the state of the body. It's funny for me and Eve to say this, but that's very mechanical. I think so too. But humans are similar, just a difference between metal and flesh. Most psychiatric drugs treat psychological problems by regulating hormones, and the medical measure called defibrillation is basically the same principle as rebooting a machine called a human. Moving by electrical signals and psychological and emotional judgments changing according to the hardware environment are all also the same. Personally, I don't see any reason to distinguish between humans and Eves. If that philosophy created this repair shop, it's quite cool. Personal conversation is a core service of D1AL-ogue. Anyways, you said today was your day off, right? That's right, I've been hectic with moving and dispatch calls for a few days, but finally it's a break. Actually, if there are no dispatches, I mostly get some downtime. Moving alone sounds terrible. I agree with that, but it's over. Do you have any recommended places for a change of mood? I recommend the cafe on the first floor of the building opposite. I saw it on my way here. The name started with R-E. You mean Retro John? Retro. What was it? Retro John. The pronunciation is a bit odd. Retrojan. Retrojan? Is it that Trojan from the Trojan Horse? It's as unusual as a name as this place. Right, I heard from the owner that it's a combination of retro and Trojan virus. It reflects the ambition to infiltrate retro trends like a Trojan virus into this flashy high-tech city. Wow, hearing that, it sounds quite plausible. It's a retro concept cafe that's hard to find these days, and drinking the owner's hand-drip coffee is the joy of my life. A retro concept in this city? Interesting. And one more thing, avoid places with too many people. In this season, scenes of people densely gathered often lead to the sight of them being taken away by stability officers. Thanks for the advice, Chris. When the night gets too long, people tend to get sensitive, even if they are stability officers. Thinking of this city's stability officers as police in other cities? That's a mistake. Still, there's no harm in being careful. I should quietly enjoy this festive year-end atmosphere by myself. Have a good time, Orca. Thank you. See you next time. It's already evening. I should call it a day. Let's go! My target move count was low. Is it already done? Oh my, your touch was so delicate I didn't even realize I was being repaired. Let's go. Another day. Wake up, check our phone. Mayor Lucas, Eve are partners sharing souls. Sigmund Pact 50th anniversary speech. Chroma City Standard. Yesterday afternoon, the 50th anniversary ceremony of the Sigmund Pact, symbolizing the harmony between humanity and artificial intelligence, was held at Chroma City Central Plaza. CCCP. Taking the podium, Mayor Lucas reflected on the significance of the pact, calling it a historical turning point where simple computational devices known as EE, or electric entity, evolved into EVE, electric vital entity, through photonic neural networks becoming recognized as beings with independent personalities. He emphasized that EVE, having moved past an era of discrimination due to guaranteed legal rights, are key citizens, supporting the eternal night of the city alongside humans. He concluded the message hoping that through the rational coexistence perfected by Sunshine Corp's technology, the next 50 years will also lead to an era of prosperity without discrimination, drawing cheers from the citizens and Eves gathered in the plaza. Art. Update from The Noise. Exclusive. Natural LDS confirmed impossible. Suspicion of nanocatalyst intervention. Medical opinions suggesting that Chroma City's light deficiency syndrome, LDS, may not be a naturally occurring disease, are causing a stir. Following consultation with specialists from external cities, analysis indicates that a simple lack of light cannot cause irreversible nervous system damage, the severe stage of LDS given human physiology. Experts pointed out that while stage 1 dimming, lethargy due to serotonin deficiency is possible, stage 2 flicker, cognitive impairment, and stage 3 blackout, frontal lobe shutdown, fall outside of the scope of general neurological disorders. Consequently, suspicions are deepening that the unidentified molecular components in nanocatalysts mentioned in previous reports are intentionally accumulating metabolic waste in the cerebrum to artificially induce LDS. I feel like a journalist. Fuck! I'm the fucking journalist out here. Notice Polar Night Day intensive crackdown period announcement from the Urban Stability Agency, or the USA. This is an announcement from the Urban Stability Agency, USA. In celebration of Polar Night Day, Chroma City's largest festival, a special intensive crackdown period will be in effect from today until the end of the festival. This measure aims to prevent social disorder during the festival and maintain the homeostasis of the urban system. During this period, nanocatalyst scanning by stabilizers will be significantly intensified across Chroma City. In particular, illegal procedures under the guise of LDS prevention and the use or distribution of unauthorized private neon shine are strictly prohibited. Citizens are requested to fully cooperate with scanning procedures at temporary checkpoints installed in each district. Warning: any act detrimental to the stability of the urban system will be subject to immediate administrative action, without exception. Damn, cops being cops. You know what? I'm gonna do a quick save. It don't hurt. It doesn't hurt to save. Dark and gloomy all day again today. Now, there's hardly any sunlight anymore. It's hard to even see a gray night. Thanks to that, my body feels even stiffer. If I stay still, I'll only feel more drained, so let's hurry and open up the shop. Are Mom and Dad saying they won't come to see the Chromatic Zenith again this year? Just like every year, yeah. What about you? Needless to say, me neither. I really don't get why no one goes. When we were kids, they used to drag us there every year, even when we said we didn't want to go. You know how many years ago that was. Mom and Dad are getting old now, so it's hard for them to go to crowded and chaotic places. And I'm too far away to go, so if you want to go that badly, why not go with a girlfriend? You're picking a fight with me right now, aren't you? Look at your age. Go outside and meet people. Even better if it was a woman. You can't stay up all night in your room drinking beer forever. The day I fall asleep rolling around in bed with a woman in this city, there's a high chance I won't open my eyes ever again the next day. and an article will pop up on the main news page. Victim, Chris J. Hayes, 22, found in a motel with organs harvested. That lack of confidence of yours is the problem, Chris. It's disgusting to say it myself, but objectively, you're decent looking. Blech. Ugh, let's stop. So if you want to see the chromatic zenith that much, just go alone. If I have to go alone, I won't go. Shouldn't I at least have someone to take my side if I get into a fight? Then what are you gonna do that day? I have no choice but to drown my polar night day in beer while watching Dokim's stream again this year. That's how I'll spend my polar night day. Stream my foot. You're planning to stay up all night with your beloved silicone, aren't you? Hey now, how do you... Wait, you've never even been in my room. Hit the nail on the head. This guy's like a pervert. He's a pervert who puts his porn out on his desk at work, and he's got his damn silicone that he bangs that his sister knows about. This guy's a fucking perv. He's a fucking pervert. And I have to play as him. Pervert guy. It's not that. Shut up, you're single too. Probably sitting in the corner of your room alone. Who's this baddie? Hello, Chris. You look like you're in a good mood. Did you manage to get that action figure you wanted? Chris? Ah, Miss Leanne. I'm sorry. I was looking at something else. Could you wait just a moment? Ah, pity. I wanted to share in your joy. You look good now, but that look you just had, the one you never show me, such a pure smile. I'm envious, whoever they are. Haha. It's my younger sister. She's a funny kid who tries to tear me down every day. Ah, the one you often talk about. Miss Leanne took a deep breath and muttered quietly to herself. Well, if it's a younger sister, I can understand. In fact, I might even have to try to get close to her. Anyways, what brings you here today? Remember you had your regular checkup recently. I had some business nearby, so I thought I'd drop in to see your face. I also stepped by thinking I might need to replace my processing unit as a bonus. That's funny. What is? When I first saw you, I thought you'd never come back. But now you visit even without a reason. I told you I came to replace my processing unit. You said it was a bonus. Didn't you come to check on me? I'll give you a quick checkup. Alright, you win. I came here to whine a bit. Alright, tell me. For a ridiculously shady repair clinic, yet you've come back several times, so you must like it. There's a quiet, uncrowded comfort here. A quiet place and a slightly cool air are good for getting sentimental. Thanks to that, I can completely let loose. Is that supposed to be a compliment, saying I have no customers? Yes, it's a compliment. Since you say so, I'll take it as a compliment. What are you whining about today? Slam frowned, as if just thinking about it was unpleasant. It's quite a look on your face. Huh? Oh, was I... Sorry, when the processing unit connected to the emotional expression gets overloaded, my mood swings become severe and I can't hide them. I don't want to show you that look anymore. Can I get maintenance first? It's possible, but... Repair Leanne with extreme mood swings. Target moves 40. Whoa! This is sex with a woman. All these. That's twosies. Alright. That's done. Every time I visit here, you're on the phone with your sister. It's my routine right after opening for business, picking a fight with my sister. I'd like to join that routine next time. You, Miss Leanne? I heard that in human society it's polite to greet the other person's family before the main event. I don't know what main event you mean, but your emotion is overheating again. Big event. Hoo 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 hoo. You're a fucking little pervert. Alright, alright. Alright. Damn. As expected, you're delicate. It's so relaxing. What do you think about the increasing romance between humans and Eves? For someone who's never even been in a romantic relationship with a human, that's too abstract a question for me to answer. Really? Just that one word from you has completely tilted my opinion to the pro side. Miss Leanne, the temperature in your emotion unit's rising. It's dangerous, so please calm down during maintenance. She is horny. She's horny. She's horned up. I need one of these. Nice. As expected, delicate, so relaxing. Alright, if I shimmy you over here, and then you... fuck. I put the wrong thing on the thing, and now my thing's thinged. Alright. That's fine. Not ideal. Not ideal. Not a perfect play. Maintenance done without any problems. Your maintenance today was exceptionally smooth. That touch of yours, skillfully probing my secret corners and leading me without giving a chance to resist. Whose core other than mine have you caressed with such care? Miss Leanne? The customers who visit this repair clinic are the entirety of my social interactions. Huh. But it's a blessing in disguise. What is? Thanks to a wonderful person like you visiting, it feels like even this bleak place has some life in it. Oh my, saying something like that so suddenly makes me a little shy. The overload on your processing unit was more severe than I thought. You came to whine, but it was to the point of needing repairs. I thought it would get better once I relieved some stress. If I left the unit as it was, I figured I'd be seeing you soon for the same repair request, so I replaced it with a higher end unit. Hasn't been long since your last checkup. What happened to damage it so much? Hold on, that's what I'm about to tell you. You know I work at the pharmaceutical company, right? Of course. I've heard a lot about your life, Miss Leanne. Every time I do repairs. A new researcher joined the company recently. They say he's incredibly talented or something. Our company went to great lengths to scout him, so I guess that could be true. Problem is, the talent isn't everything. Exactly. He came in through connections, yet he has this attitude of looking down on the existing researchers. Since he joined later, he thinks it's our duty to provide him with any project information he doesn't know. The management is completely impressed with his papers and research achievements. So my colleagues and I have no choice but to do as he asked. More work for you. That would have been a relief. Problem is his attitude. If he were apologetic and grateful, it would be different, but he takes it for granted, even though we're doing work we don't have to do. I wonder if he's studying so much, if studying has fried part of his brain. A while ago, he said a colleague's research looked interesting and asked if he could take over the project. Huh. It almost turned into a shouting match, but our colleagues intervened and barely mediated. It's annoying, but thanks to him, we're free from the management's nagging. And we can buy time to improve the product's stability. Office politics. It feels a bit distant to me. Maybe for you. From my perspective, Miss Leanne, you don't seem much different from me. Aren't you talking about how hard it is to deal with office politics you don't even care about? I'd like to say no, but I have to agree because of what happened a few days ago. A few days ago? Yes, half my unit's overload problems probably started that day. We fought. You fought? It wasn't really a fight. I just laid him out. He disrespected our project, said we were just wasting the budget by repeating clinical trials for years. He said the researchers' talents were being wasted, and asked if we had any intention of finishing this research and starting a more promising project. And he said it to my face, the project leader. I should have realized when the management was blindly pushing for him. They couldn't win against us in a logical argument as non-experts, so it was a ploy to bring in another expert to break our resolve. It's a pretty serious sabotage. Unfortunately for them, that Nepo hire's social skills were worse than imaginable, and he failed to change his team members' minds. You could even say we've grown closer. Some team members were even cheering me on and comforting me, even though I threw the first punch. Of course, I think I was in the wrong too. My feelings were complicated, watching him call an ambulance by himself because no one else cared. It must have been the guilt that followed the satisfaction. I had to write a written explanation, and the project's chance of survival dropped even lower. I wonder what would happen if I had just held it in. It's a mountain of work to do, but the thought of running away came first. I want to forget everything. Let's just rest. So I came to see you. All I do is listen to you talk a little. That's enough. And thanks to you, I've already sorted out my thoughts. Thanks to me. A place to hide whenever I want to run away. A way to regain some energy and find the courage to face the world again. That's the goal of our project. After running away here to rest, I found the courage to push through. And it made me feel that my project shouldn't end here. If the effect of just listening to a story, as you put it, is this great, our medicine will be of great help to the world. And I ask what kind of medicine it is? I'd love to tell you. Miss Leanne's eyes sparkled as if a favorite topic had come up. It's a relief to see her back to her usual self. Our research institute mainly focuses on drugs that suppress memory. It prevents the user from recalling specific memories. The primary goal is trauma suppression, though there's potential for misuse. Seems so. Right, that's why we're delaying its release. A similar drug already exists, but there are more cases of side effects or misuse than proper use, although the management recognizes this as commercial success. Sticking to a proven product. Exactly. He made almost the same argument. His logic is that as long as it passes safety inspections and sells well, who cares how it's used? In reality, it's because almost no physical harm to the body itself. I take a few pills myself, but that attitude is quite off-putting. No matter how well you know it, there's a limit to what an ordinary customer, not an expert, can perceive. In fact, I don't even know if the ingredients of the multivitamin I take. Since I hardly see the sun, I guess it must contain vitamin D. And, vitamin D. I have no idea. The drugs available on the market dull memories that are dramatically imprinted on the user. When you try to recall them, the recollection process is interrupted or blunted. Similar to when you treat an Eve's photonic neural network. You can distance yourself from terribly painful memories, but you can also lose your dreams, and sometimes your family's faces, or precious memories. In severe cases, you even forget that you're taking a memory suppressant, practically amnesia. Our institute is creating a drug that accesses specific memories and paralyzes only that part. It can't be used universally, but we plan to market it separately for breakups or trauma. If we succeed, it won't be misused for kidnapping or human trafficking under the name of amnesia drugs. Losing memory due to a drug comes back if you stop taking it, right? In theory, yes. But it seems there are cases where that's not true. For the products on the market, that's also the fundamental reason for my long clinical trials. In Chroma City, there will be many people who need this drug, so frequent side effects are unacceptable. Although Chroma City is damn dark all day long, I'm not sure if there are that many patients who want to suppress their own memories. Average patient doesn't seek a hospital until their condition worsens. I've even seen someone try to fix a paralyzed finger with stretching. Right. Many people think of hospitals as a place to go for resurrection, but this drug is also aimed at delaying the neurological disorders caused by light deficiency, not just overcoming strong trauma. The blackout phenomenon. Do they call it zombies these days? It's what people usually call it, I hear. Right. The biggest cause of becoming a zombie is a neurological disorder. Despite having no other problems besides light deficiency, extreme trauma accumulates due to nervous system issues. If this drug is completed, the number of zombies on the street will be reduced by more than half. Zombie prevention and trauma care. Sounds good. The fact that there's a way to get memories back seems good too. It's a hot topic among my colleagues. The fact that memories return when you stop taking it has some people arguing that it forces continuous purchases of the drug. They say we need to consider the consumer's financial situation. That does make sense, but... Oh, big yawn. Your opinion on my research? Slan's eyes widened. Does she think we found a common interest? You can't run away forever. If you erase your memories every time things get tough, I feel like you'll end up with nothing left sometime. Even today's Miss Lamb will go back to face reality of tomorrow. You'll do your best to handle the accident and finish the project. Well, yes. There are times when you have to do something, but you just can't. Trauma is one of them. There's a hole in your heart and it needs to be filled, but it hurts too much. With a hole, it's impossible to not feel weak in both body and spirit. You need to step back and recover, but you can't because of the hole in your body. I thought the medicine you were making was made for situations like that. That's right, it's very difficult to fix something that has collapsed from the inside. Sometimes it's more important to get away from it and preserve your body and your mind. I want the patients to be like you, Miss Leanne. A way to regain some energy and find the courage to face the world again. I mean, I hope they solve the problems they've postponed with the mended, strong mind and body. Like today's Miss Leanne. As I said in a certain manga, right? There's no paradise in the place you escape to. Since it's your medicine, Miss Leanne, I hope it turns out just as you wish. You little... Why? I thought that was a pretty cool thing for me to say. Miss Leanne lunged at me. I believe she had no intention of harming me, but I couldn't stop myself from instinctively stepping back. Now that you've said that, I'll be sure to protect the project. Okay, now let me go. Let me hug you a little longer. Alright, just a little. Just a little. Miss Leanne, with teary eyes, left after making a wonderful vow and having a bit of a tantrum. She must have had her own pain, unrecognized by anyone. Look at the time. I should go to the cafe where Prey works for lunch. Undo the target count. Let's go. The heart crushing my brain vanished in an instant. The heat crushing my brain. Your touch really is special. Alright. Who the hell? A devious little silhouette? Sir? What are you staring blankly for? Excuse me, customer, are you by any chance in front of me right now? Can you only see the visible light spectrum? Yes, I haven't had the optic nerve digitization procedures done. You're not even up to the basics of this city. In this fucked up neighborhood where it's night the moment you open your eyes, if you live seeing only visible light, you'll soon get a neurological disorder and become one of those drooling idiots out there. I subscribe to Neon Shine regularly, so I don't really need it. Oh dear, we have an idiot here who offers money to that damn corporation. You're either a foolish sucker brainwashed by the media, or a crazy bastard born with a silver spoon who thinks money grows on trees. I don't know what kind of life you're living, but I'm too law-abiding to live by your ways. I'm amazed someone with their head this far in the clouds is still in this city. It's a wonder you're walking around on your own 2 feet. What a crazy customer. Customer, please deactivate your optical camouflage, and if you're not getting a repair, please leave. Brat, why are you suddenly recommending I deactivate my optical camouflage? Well, to do a repair, I need to scan and replace the unit, but I can't see you at all, so I can't do a proper repair. Is that the only reason? You've got a knack for comedy. Why would you replace it? I could just swap it out myself. Swap it out yourself? Just as a person can't perform surgery on themselves by cutting open their stomach and messing with their organs, and Eve also cannot open its core section and replace a unit by itself. Nothing is impossible, brat. It's just popping the casing, swapping the unit, and closing it again. If I make a small mistake in the process and cut the power, that's just where my life ends. That's a level of recklessness that leaves me speechless. I'd appreciate if you just shut up and make the unit. Sir, as much as I'd love to just shut up and make it for you, as a manager, I also have to think about the reputation of my repair clinic. Even if I die without anyone knowing, no one will blame this place. Even if my head gets blown off by a corporation's summary executioner's bullet while walking down the street, everyone will think it's a natural death. How can I be sure of that? Blade Hamilton. Mention my name in the back alley 3 blocks from here and everyone will understand. So now, what you need to do is wipe that stupid look off your face and synthesize the units for me. This person is impossible to reason with. Understood, Mr. Blade. I'll make the units for you first. What units do you want exactly? I told you already. Tier 2 power unit, Tier 2 neural unit. Imprint it into your stupid head so you don't forget. Damn it. Please wait a moment. Alright. Create units for a lunatic. Target time 100. Oh, Jesus. It's 100 seconds? Alright, I gotta log in. Okay. Nice. Is this not 1? Oh. All right. Okay. Did I get it? Thank you for waiting. Faster than I thought. The synthesized units are clean, too. Despite your dumb first impression, you're more skilled than you look. Thanks for the compliment. Since I'm in a good mood, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better erase that psychotherapy introduction on your door. The place I went to last week to get it on with a big-breasted Eve had the same thing written on it. I appreciate the advice, but that's my clinic's identity. I don't think I could change it. Instead, if you deactivate your optical camouflage next time and let me repair you directly, you'll be able to properly experience the service. As long as you have that thing dangling between your legs, no service will be possible for me. But thanks anyway. Seem I didn't come for nothing. Take care, Mr. Blade. See you again next time. Don't count on it. Dealing with insane customers is incredibly draining. I should close up for today and soothe my tired body and soul with a can of beer. Nice. Perfect repair! For someone with such a dumb-looking face, your hands are pretty fast, aren't they? I'll give you that. Thanks! A little bite of a snack. Damn, chewing takes forever. Sunshine Corp executive attacked and missing. A glass slipper found at scene. From the Chroma City Standard. Last night, an incident occurred in the Deep Red Street district on the city outskirts where a high-ranking Sunshine Corp executive was attacked by an unidentified terrorist and went missing. USA investigation results confirmed that all the stabilizers guarding the scene were killed. They all died instantly from precise penetrating wounds in the shape of a stiletto heel to the center of the forehead. A blood-stained glass slipper presumed to be used in the crime was left at the crime scene. Authorities are focusing on the fact that the modus operandi matches a series of disappearances that have occurred over the past few months. This terrorist, known to the public as Cinderella, has been targeting high-ranking government officials and Sunshine Corp executives. All victims so far remain missing, with their survival unconfirmed. The USA has formed a special investigation team to clarify the truth of this incident and is tracking the culprit's whereabouts by analyzing connections with previous incidents, presumed to be the work of the same offender. Oh god. Cold metal, melting when stripped, secret tuning skyrockets. From Waifu Maiden Press. As marriage registrations between humans and Eves hit an all-time high, the trend of secret tuning, modifying Eve body parts into forms optimized for sexual activity, is spreading in the shadows. Going beyond simple cosmetic imitation, this procedure implants ultrafine heating coatings and vibration modules into biosilicon mucosa to create reproductive organs that surpass human biological functions. In an interview, an illegal tuner emphasized customization from firmness to internal temperature is possible according to taste, adding, humans who experience it once can never return to organic embrace. Of course, the public eye remains harsh. The dominant conservative view points the fingers at them as scrap metal fetishists. However, to soothe the solitude of the gray night, minor lovers willing to endure expensive royalties and social contempt to be held in their lovers' arms are secretly climbing onto the operating table again today. Wait. To soothe the solitude of the gray night, minor lovers. Interesting. High-risk 80 a.m. suppressed in city. Summary executioner between fear and salvation. From Achromatic Press. Yesterday's rampage of a high-risk ADM in the city center was quelled early by the deployment of Sunshine Corp's summary executioners. The eliminated unit was confirmed to be an autonomous data anomaly manifestation, having entered LDS Stage 3 blackout with self-data lost and only slaughter instincts remaining. To avoid repeating the nightmare of the first Eve Adam, Sunshine Corps emphasized periodic photonic cleaning via neon shine is the only preventative measure, and executioners are the last bastion to delete system errors that have already occurred. The emotionless summary executioner eliminated the Atom without hesitation, but the view from the scene is complicated. Due to the complete immunity granted by the government, compensation for the damage to the citizens caught up in the suppression process remains elusive. Citizens' eyes, looking upon the summary executioners, the shield protecting Chroma City and the blade of terror reigning above the law, cross perilously between relief and trembling. Some interesting world building happening. I had a dream about being beaten by an invisible man. Since I couldn't see him, I couldn't fight back and just got beaten up. Not exactly a pleasant feeling. Is it because of that customer from yesterday? Ugh, I hope only decent customers come in today. Optical camouflage? Can't believe that symbol of crime is being used so openly. Has the city completely given up on security? It's not so much that they gave up, but rather adapted. Most homes and shops have at least one infrared sensor for security. And even if they can't catch thermal optic camouflage, they can easily detect regular optical camouflage. Then what about thermal optical camouflage? If you use that, the military intervenes instead of the Urban Stability Agency, so you need some serious guts to try it. Thanks to that, the citizens of Chroma City can rest easy and trust their safety to infrared sensors. Living there sounds exhausting. To think hide and seek is part of daily life. Because of that, life here is never boring. That's not boring, it's just troublesome. You have to endure minor inconveniences to be worthy of living in the city made of miracles. Miracle's my foot. It's just a neighborhood that's dark and gloomy all day long. That's why the neon signs filling every corner look even more dazzling. The night of this street where humans, eaves, and neon signs mingle is more beautiful than any day elsewhere. I was so captivated by it, that sight, that I dared to become independent here with just one old piece of equipment. It's probably not the night, but the eaves filling the streets that captivated you. And what? Independent. You make it sound cool, but did you wipe your hard drive or something? Seems like yesterday you were whining about not having money for food. Who was it that begged Mom and Dad to save him? I paid it back. With interest. Yeah. Looks like a customer's here. You're not sulking, are you? No, I'll hang out with you again tomorrow. He's sulking. Definitely sulking. I'm not sulking. Hey, Prey. Do you have some weird fucked up opinions about people struggling with addiction, or are you gonna be normal today? I'm gonna switch a song, actually. Not that one. I like this one. What are you, One Piece? Prey, do you know you're laughing very evilly right now? Really? Normally I would have picked a fight and looked for something fun to do. But today I'll generously let it slide. Hee. Miss Prey, speaking as a professional, it looks like you need immediate maintenance. Eve neural network issues often accelerate over time. We need to start right away. As expected, your buzzkill reactions are the best for regaining my stability. Something wrong? What do you mean by stability? Didn't you see the article yesterday? A high-ranking executive from Sunshine Corps was attacked and went missing on the outskirts of the city? That person from a few days ago? Definitely. They haven't released the identity, but I doubt there's more than one executive missing visiting the outskirts at this time. Since Polar Night is just around the corner, with the city's biggest festival coming up, they wouldn't have enough leisure to obsess over trivial things like streetlights. Unless there's someone a bit weird. Her feelings about a nuisance. Trey's resentment seemed quite deep. Maybe there's something more she hasn't told me yet. You're worried because a kidnapping happened nearby? It's not that I'm not worried at all. But if I were scared of that, I would have run away to the next city a long time ago. It's not a big deal. Continuous focus adjustment of the ocular lenses. Irregular core pulsation. This is a common phenomenon when power is being diverted elsewhere. But right now there's no noticeable physical activity or computational load. That means you're preparing for an emergency. These are typical signs of anxiety or fear response, you know. What do you know? First class core section engineer, photonic neural network restoration specialist, Eve body maintenance technician, certified. I'm an Eve management and inspection expert certified by Chroma City, and the person who opens up your body at least every week to check for problems. I hate it! What exactly does she hate? Don't talk about my condition as you please. The talk about raising the Neon Shine subscription fee is gone, and the streetlight removal plan was scrapped too. Only good things are happening. I don't know what happened, but you can be honest with me at least. Cinderella helped. Because I left a post. Cinderella, already a famous dark hero in cyberspace. A figure whose existence is ambiguous, indeterminate, whether a group or an individual. Famous for assassinating key figures in corporations or drug cartels, leaving a glass slipper conspicuously at the scene. Their activities gained support from the impoverished filled with spite, mass-produced countless fans. There had to be a sour side to his actions. Connections with criminal groups that produced countless innocent victims, or actions suspected to be means of eliminating political opponents of the ruling class were numerous. People claiming to be Cinderella are pouring out endlessly. It seems there's a culture among the fans to treat all that as copycat crimes. Are you saying you can't be scared of a hero? Worry and fear. Worry and fear. Worry and fear are separate emotions. Even for experts, the risk of misdiagnosis is high without detailed analysis. It's just worry. Because copycat crimes using Cinderella's fame happen often. Right. What, suddenly? This neural unit is connected to the sympathetic nervous system. The tension is immense even with light press. How much did you push yourself? Might be completely burnt out. It's not that bad. It's your habit to reward yourself when you're anxious, isn't it? Like figures or limited edition goods. Since your balance is empty, looks like you rewarded yourself in a different way. If we let tonight pass, it could be really dangerous, so we better replace it. Replace Prey's overloaded neural unit in 30 moves. Looks like someone had too much fun yesterday. Seems D1AL has a problem due to an overloaded unit. First, let's check the repair unit. As expected, there's an overloaded unit. Overloaded units destroy nearby modules and units every certain number of turns. As expected, turns remaining until overload unit are shown in the top right. Upon overload, one space to the left and right of the unit and modules in the same column will be destroyed. Overload unit will be destroyed if undergoing overload 3 times. Repair while avoiding the destruction. Okay. Alright. Honestly, 1, 2. Knock 3 out. Oh, I need a big boy right there. I need a big boy. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to be gentle. I'm trying to be gentle. Fuck. All right. You must have been very anxious. Is the condition very bad? Its overvoltage flowed through the overloaded neural unit enough to affect even the dial equipment. Just how hard did you stimulate it? Well, I just suddenly got scared. I don't know what you're worried about. But if you were this anxious, you should have just called me. I could have helped you directly by your side. Pervert. That's kind of a pervert thing to say when you are a pervert. Done in one, man. Cinderella pulled that off with the glass slippers every time? Pretty much. According to someone who watched the crime scene from quite close up, they did it all just using a glass slipper without any other weapons. So glass slipper always left behind is actually the tool used for the crime? I guess so. I saw on SNS that there was a heel-shaped hole in a stability officer's forehead. That post was censored quickly, but the fountain of blood spurting from the forehead of an existence I had always feared was so violent that I inadvertently started rooting for them after that. Their expression, fountain, is even more violent. Alright. Pop one. I'm trying to be gentle. I'm trying to be gentle. Is it already over? Yeah, fortunately the surrounding units weren't badly deformed, so I only swapped out the nearly burnt neural unit. Thanks to that, the tense neural units seem to have calmed down. The dial was making weird noises. What kind of magic did you work? Don't mention it. Just because of the overvoltage flowing through the neural unit, the dial equipment almost broke several times during the maintenance. Might be saying this because I don't know, but hearing roughly about it looks incredibly dangerous. And about your symptoms? It's not that big of a deal. It's a problem of repeated force updates of the neural network, but it doesn't affect daily life, except for the problem that some memories might be lost. You just need to restrain yourself from now on. Relax your face a bit. Seems like you have something to say too. Can you say it at all with such a serious face? Ha, forget it. For someone so dense, I can't hide anything from you. Professional certifications aren't just for show, but I wish you'd read the room a bit. Sometimes there are stories I don't want to tell. Cinderella was my idol. I was the #1 fan, unshaken by controversies. But when an incident happened right here, and because of me, those things filled my head. What if something happens to our cute boss? What if the evil mechanic on the second floor becomes a target? If something like that happened, I felt like I'd go crazy, think it was my fault. I left a post on the Cinderella help board, and the news came out less than half a day later. I was someone who followed them treating controversies as gossip. But fear took over when people around me got involved. As far as I know, over 3,000 posts are written on that gallery every hour. I think I have an excessive sense of responsibility. Even if Cinderella really chooses targets looking at the board, the possibility of seeing your post is almost nil. You're probably right. Excessive responsibility. But once I fell into the mire, I couldn't really realize that. Everything seemed to be my fault, and I worried about things that hadn't even happened yet. I'm completely drained from groaning all night, while touching innocent neural units. Happiness is the best means to forget pain. Anyway, seeing the fine boss and you this morning, I just let out a hollow laugh. So that's why you came in making naughty sounds. Naughty? You said I was evil. Seeing Prey back to her usual self, I also felt more relaxed after being tense. Sometimes it's better to just throw it up. Like when you have indigestion. What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? It means you don't have to hide just because it's immature or contradictory. Of course, you shouldn't always do that. It's wasteful to vomit food and drink, and it looks unsightly, but nothing beats it when you have indigestion. Venting to someone close enough can sometimes help you overcome it. It might make people hate you. I also find people who only talk about their hardships annoying. It's fine if it's not always, but only when it's hard. That's why I started this repair clinic in the first place. If you have anything left to say, it's better to just say it. Something I want to say. Alright. Prey cleared her throat. Then Chris? Next Thursday is Polar Night Day. That day? Polar Night Day? Unlike the majority of people who are excited, I feel nothing but dryness. Seeing that even the shut-in Prey has plans makes me feel like I'm the only one in Chroma City without memories of Polar Night Day. A day I'm strangely uninterested in. Perhaps it's because the happiness in my room overwhelms the noisy streets and lights. Is it okay? What? I was lost in thought for a moment. Sorry, could you say that again? Huh. Let's grab a meal together. It's a holiday. Really? Should be peak season. We're aiming for a different peak season. The boss says Polar Night is everyone's peak season, so this is more profitable. In my opinion, it's clear she just wants to do Dojin activities. You mean about Buff Girl? The last episode airs next week. She's already busy preparing sugar crafts and cosplay costumes. Must be nice to have a boss with matching tastes. That's why I applied in the first place. The physical comic books proudly displayed on the cafe shelf were the trigger. Since it's a retro concept cafe, I suspected they just put anything there. But inside a box in the corner of the cafe, I saw a pile of handmade good stock. This person is real. I knew it immediately. Take next week's cosplay event, for example. The boss is even more enthusiastic than I am. It's the best workplace, except for the fact that we work non-stop. Sounds fun, but also sounds like it'll be quite tough. Better than working Polar Night. It's annoying to work when everyone else is resting, and there are double the customers than usual. Plus, the power of Buff Girl is amazing. Speaking of which, I should get going. The boss is probably sweating bullets alone. Good luck with your work. You too. And clean your ears next time. Can't even hear what's said right in front of you. My ears are clean. Maybe it's because I haven't taken today's nutritional supplements yet. Anyways, don't do that next time. Good things come to those who listen. As Prey left, belated fatigue washed over me. I didn't know the difference in nutritional supplements would be this big. Should go cool my head. Let's go. As expected of the manager, the stinging sensation is gone and I feel totally refreshed. I'll sleep well tonight. Leanne's back. Your face looks a bit redder than yesterday. Did you catch a cold? Thanks for worrying. I went out for a bit and it was chillier outside than I thought. I guess I should have worn a coat. It's actually kind of cold in my office. I'm gonna put a sweater on real quick. enjoying this game. It's fun. I wish I didn't get the sour dialogue in the beginning. I think that's probably my biggest critique thus far, is that I didn't like the way that they were talking about addiction at the beginning. But so far, I'm enjoying the game, ultimately. I think it's a good vibe. It's very, very chill. And the puzzles are... They're tackleable. They're tackable. Anyway, it's been a while since we've seen each other this often. Did the matter from last time go well? I actually came to talk about that. We went through all the necessary procedures, but it's unclear if I'll be disciplined. It's out of my hands. But I'm hopeful about the project's future. Remember the Nepo hire who was the management's trump card? He changed his mind and decided to help finish our project. His ability is amazing. So he might succeed in manufacturing a safe drug within this month. That's amazing. And did that person get struck by lightning or something? Suddenly helping you, Leanne? After meeting you yesterday, I sincerely apologized to him. And I asked him that this project is my dream. And that, if not now, I might never be able to attempt it in my life. You know what he said then? He asked why I didn't say so earlier. He had been seeing us as being in cahoots with management all this time. Does that make sense? Ending the project early, according to the management's opinion, was his job. Someone who doesn't give a single bit of attention if it's not his interest, because he's that kind of person. He still doesn't remember a single name of the people in the company. That's serious. It turns out he got into huge debt, distracted by his own research. It seems the pharmaceutical company recruited him with research funding as his bait. Essentially, he could be seen as similar to you, Leanne, since he's a person chasing dreams. I want to admit it, that annoying attitude is still the same. It sometimes feels like working with a super intelligent orangutan. But it's right to admit what needs to be admitted. That's cool. Wanted to hear you say that. You're cool. Good. More. You're cool, Leanne. Leanne sighed with satisfaction and stared at me intently. Now tell me your story. Me? My job is to listen to stories. Because you keep dodging like that, even though I visit so often, I know nothing about you. That might be why I'm curious, or maybe... Alright. Then since we've been talking about dreams so far, I'll talk about that. Talking about the mysterious medicine you take whenever you can is also fine. Very interested in that too. Sorry I had to disappoint you, but that medicine is a supplement sent by my parents. I haven't even been taking it because I feel uneasy after our last conversation. What a boring answer. I thought it would be a greater secret. If you don't mind, you can check it yourself. Since I'm not taking it right now, wouldn't it be good to check it at the lab? If the ingredients are clarified, I can take it with peace of mind. Leave it to me. Leanne snatched the pill bottle and tucked it into her bosom. Leanne's clothes probably have plenty of pockets. So, are you going to get an inspection? I will, but before that, it's rare opportunity. Let's talk a bit more. How about it? Okay. Leanne grinned and adjusted her sitting posture. As if expressing interest, her face came twice as close, and a burdensome smile greeted me. I have a sister named Michelle. We were inseparable when we were young, and we still contact each other every day. Huh. You don't need to write it down. No, continue. When she was young, Michelle kept telling me she wanted to become an Eve, because parts can be changed any time, they have many strengths compared to humans. Considering the long conflict between Eves and humans, I don't know how childish Michelle was back then. Sister-in-law is positive about Eve. What did you say? Huh? Nothing. Keep going. From some point, I wanted to make Michelle's dream come through. I don't have a clear memory. Maybe I wanted to be a good brother, or maybe it was a goal on the side since my major overlapped. Time passed, I got all the technical certifications related to Eve. And naturally, it became more comfortable for me to communicate with Eves than with people. My sister left for the other side of the world, and the dream of becoming an Eve has long been forgotten. Felt it last time too, but you cherish your sister more than I thought, don't you? I do cherish her. You do? Siblings I know are basically in a relationship where they'd try to kill each other if there were no laws. You are a severe case among severe cases. Could be. I talk to Michelle every day, and I got this job because of Michelle. Sorting it out one by one is embarrassing to deny it. Habitual areas can be hard to perceive. Anyway, it's surprising. I never thought there would be someone you're that attached to. Attachment to my sister. Naturally, the level of attachment is... Are you getting maintenance today? Huh? Suddenly? I don't really need to, but there's no need to refuse either. Gently, please. Leave it to me. Just inspection to change the subject. Okay. There's probably nothing wrong. Oh, there's many things wrong. Well, we'll go top down. Okay. Oh, frick. Customer came earlier said this, that a terrorist called Cinderella is going around smashing corporate executives' heads with a glass slipper. Saw in the news the heel pierced cleanly through the frontal lobe. People think it's some kind of artistic judgment, but to me it's just the obsession of a terrible pervert psycho. But who cares? Thanks to that pervert, the company executives got scared and didn't come to work today. I'd even want to give them an achievement award. Nice. Have you been to the new synthetic whiskey bar nearby? The reviews are quite extreme. I have. The first taste was like disinfectant, and the aftertaste smelled like a rusty rebar. It was a very honest taste of the slums. Is that a compliment? At least that cheap bar doesn't pretend to be luxury. Even the $300 liquor sold in the sophisticated lounges in the city center is just synthetic concentrate from the same factory, mixed with flavoring. These days, I care more about who tricks me less than the taste. Who tricks me less? Wow, 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 wow. Soundtrack's giving Drive. Positive. She's so pervert. Oh wait, fuck. That's a double dipper. Which one's this? You're a double dipper too. Well, I can at least do this. Get 3 out. Nice. Good zappy. Maintenance ends here. Actually, rather than maintenance, it was more like replacing perfectly fine parts and dusting off a bit. Not necessarily. Your maintenance today felt unusually rushed. Was it uncomfortable? I'm sorry. No, rather, the unusually rough touch was a different kind of stimulation. Thanks to that, I felt like the stress accumulated from being pushed around lately was relieved, to the point where I almost lost my mind. I'll take that as a compliment. While I was organizing equipment, Leanne had entered story mode again and was waiting for me. My plan was to distract her with maintenance. Seemed to have failed. Made the payment. And a piece of information as a tip. What is it? This year's Polar Night Day will be the biggest event ever, celebrating the 80th anniversary of Chroma City. They're secretly preparing an event of huge scale. More than now, the original scale is already huge. Correct. Besides, the power consumed by Chromatic Zenith was already borderline, but I heard it's going to be 3 times bigger this time. Where are they going to handle that much power from? So they plan to cut off power to the outskirts. No. Most citizens will be at the venue or sleeping anyways, so they judged it won't be a big issue. If it becomes controversial, they could just say it was a blackout. It's rational, but cruel. What are people like me supposed to do? Might be good to try to changing your constitution. Wake up your dormant extroversion and walk the night streets watching the festival's night view. City with lights out is as quiet as your shop. And you don't have to worry about sweating in the crowds. Walking alone in the streets is scary. Both stability officers and terrorists are scary. If you're scared, maybe I can go with you. Well, even if it's not me, there's the option of walking with your sister. Fortunately, Michelle isn't coming. Means she's not coming to Chroma City for Polar Night? Leaving her brother, whom she's attached to, behind? Or does she live that far away? First of all, we don't have an attachment relationship. Since Michelle and I have a lot in common, she might not be interested in Polar Night just like me. As for where she lives, I don't know. It's been 2 years since we talked about such trivial things. We're mostly busy teasing each other. Is that so? And about walking with you, Leanne, I'll consider my schedule. An acquaintance asked to have a meal. If that's around dinner time, it might be difficult. Okay. Leanne, you have a scary look on your face. I'm not angry. I just have something to check. I'll be going now. See you later. I told you, I'm not angry. Think about the walk and contact me. I'll be waiting. Took a lot of courage. Leanne hurried away as if she was really in a rush. She didn't receive any calls during our conversation, so did she suddenly remember a forgotten schedule? Her serious attitude bothered me, but the onrushing fatigue began to take away my mind even faster. I should close up earlier than usual today. That supplement, the effect was amazing. To catch even the slightest noise at the nerve endings, your obsessive thoroughness is quite sexy, you know. 17th. I'm guessing it goes till the 25th. I guess I'll find out. Breaking. Terror at Stabilizer Academy. Casualties unknown from Achromatic Press. Earlier this morning, an explosive attack presumed to be the work of the anti-government terrorist group Morning Glory occurred at the Stabilizer Academy located on Dark Brown Street on the city outskirts. This resulted in the complete destruction of parts of the facility and children being trapped at the scene. The damage to the site is understood to be severe due to this attack, which is presumed to have used military-grade explosives. Which, immediately after the accident, a rescue team from the Urban Recovery Agency was urgently dispatched and is conducting search and rescue operations. But the specific scale of the casualties and detailed situation have not yet been reported. Alright. Polar Night Day Outskirts Power Optimization Guide from USA. This announcement from the Urban Stability Agency USA to ensure the flawless realization of Chromatic Zenith, planned as the largest scale event in the history by Sunshine Corp and the independent government, power optimization will be implemented on the day of Polar Night Day, temporarily cutting off power in some outskirts districts to concentrate it in the center. This is an unavoidable measure to secure stable output during Chromatic Zenith proceedings. Residents of the affected areas are requested to fully charge battery units in advance in preparation for the announced blackout period and strictly adhere to guidelines for LDS prevention. We ask for the cooperation of citizens for the glory of Chroma City. Entering total polar night from today. 5 days without even gray night. Chroma City Standard. Starting today until polar night, on the 21st, the city enters a total polar night phase where not even the gray night is permitted. It's a period when even the gray scattered light that barely colored the surface by piercing through the pollution layer covering the stratosphere disappears. Urban Stability Agency warned that LDS onset speed could accelerate faster than usual due to this complete extinction of light, and strongly recommended citizens significantly increase their neon shine usage time. The total polar night period, covering Chroma City in the deepest darkness of the year, is scheduled to end with Polar Night Day on the 21st. Alright. Seems to be the most tired morning I've had lately, and I think I had a strange dream yesterday, but I can't remember it at all. It's all because I didn't take the supplement? My body doesn't feel too good either. My experience focusing on something usually helps at times like this. Let's open for business now. So Cinderella is active as a righteous phantom thief? Yes, after a customer told me yesterday, I got curious and I looked it up. Some people already treat them as a hero. That hero goes around smashing public authority with high heels. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing videos on social media, I changed my mind. High heels can be a scarier weapon than I thought. Really? Why not say they appeared riding a pumpkin carriage? Actually, they say that they sometimes appear riding a hover bike covered with orange bulletproof glass. What a spectacle. In a place swarming with Cinderella fetish psychopaths and people who support them, I'm sometimes amazed that you can stay sane and live there, Chris. Sane. Huh. I do need to live straight starting today. Why? Is there a problem? Well, the city enters complete polar night starting today. Complete polar night? Is that place always night anyways? It's dark all day, but it's not night for 24 hours. That doesn't make any sense. Chroma City has two types of night. Generally considered night and gray night, where the sun is up but it's dark. You mean it's dark even during the day? Yeah, when the place used to be an industrial city, the pollution was terrible. And the smog and fine dust from that time accumulated in the stratosphere and created a pollution layer that blocks all sunlight, so it's dark even during the day. It's just slightly brighter than night, as the light scatters minutely. To be exact, it should be seen as a night with a slightly increased brightness. We call that the gray night. Huh. Certainly is a crappy neighborhood. As I said yesterday, that's the charm in the city. But for this period, I have to admit, it's crappy. What's gotten into you? Usually, you would rattle off the pros of Chroma City. Huh. I'm a bit tired today. I feel like just resting. That's a shame. I'll contact you again tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Sleeping tiredly and waking up tired. They say parents are never wrong. Never imagined that the supplement they told me to live on would be this effective. If psychological depression and a few diseases overlap, I'll definitely become a zombie. somewhat understand why there are so many zombies on the streets. Headache, chromatic fatigue, dizziness, and a bit of anxiety. It's the perfect trial to experience the importance of health firsthand. Human bodies are like Eve. So if there's a failure in the hardware, it affects the software, the mind. Of course, the reverse is also true. Like the incident where somebody froze to death solely due to psychological factors in a non-functioning freezer, or cases where actual illnesses were cured by taking ineffective methods. A healthy mind in a healthy body. Since physical health is gone, maybe it's time to take care of a healthy mind. They affect each other. Complaining of fatigue and groaning would be a direct train to the worse, with body and mind working together. But rather than working today quietly. Hello? Orca, what happened? I got hit by some collapsing debris. I could have avoided it normally. I guess I was tired from frequent deployments lately. It's not a matter of fatigue. Come in quickly. The fact that the alloy of the exterior parts is dented means that if it were a standard Eve model, it would have been destroyed without even saving the core. Is that so? Rather than that, I want to rest a bit. Usually people die when they see things like that. I'll start the maintenance. Then just a little rest. Orca! Okay. Just repair you. Your hip dip and your grippers. Alright. Beep, 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 beep. Might as well start top to bottom. Alright, you're my big one. Okay. Frick on a stick. I shifted it too far. Orca, can you hear my voice? Huh? Stay conscious. I need to verify you can hear me. Her condition isn't good. The power unit and some neural units have completely stopped functioning. The exterior alloy is severely deformed, and the internal frame is pressing on the core. Need to hurry. Urgent unit replacement is needed for all remaining parts too. Okay. Okay. Cold. Orca, are you conscious? No. Ahara, you can't be pushed back there. Orca, what did you just? Counterattack now. Grab the neck. Magical German suplex. Are you reciting buff girl lines right now? In this situation? But blood. So what if I bleed? I have to win. I have to save the kids. Ohara, let's go. Orca, Ohara, just a little more. We can save everyone. Orca, I'll make sure you can meet the kids you saved again. I'll save you somehow, I promise. Alright. You're my big boy. We did it. Easy. Fortunately, I put out the urgent fire. Thanks to rushing, the core output is returning to normal quickly. Now I can relax a bit. Orca? It's so comfortable. Forever like this. Orca, you have to hold on to your consciousness. If you lose consciousness now... But since I'm a buff girl, I have to protect everyone. I'll get up again and again. Orca has a cute side like this too. Orca, are you awake? Just a little bit more. A little more? Is it core power shortage? Wait a moment. The emergency power unit I left here is... Chris? Orca, you woke up. I'm sorry. I haven't slept a wink since we last met. I felt sleepy coming to a comfortable place. By any chance, did I say anything strange while sleeping? It's just good that you're safe. What's with that subtle answer? How did you get hurt like that? Normal structural collapse wouldn't even scratch alloy steel easily. Orca looked at me with a frown. You didn't say much. Orca's strong will. And maybe some sleep talking about Buff Girl? I said a lot! Seems you secretly like that your name is the same as this season's Buff Girl. Orca O'Hara? Stop! It was fun watching Orca's reaction, but I didn't want to witness the performance of a machine that stays intact even in a collapsed building with my own eyes. Okay, I'll stop. Anyways, what really happened? To dent exterior parts classified as heavy equipment? Do you know the group called Morning Glory? Terrorists. One of the main reasons I'm scared to walk the streets at night. Morning Glory is an anti-government terrorist group. Their goal is to mobilize the crowd using poverty and deprivation, and give satisfaction by openly trampling on public authority. They also are causing social problems in Chroma City. They claim to be an outlet for anger. Yes, they've increased significantly lately. Cinderella, Morning Glory, and Eve, I know, is also a fan of Cinderella. To be exact, was a fan would be correct. Morning Glory is worse than Cinderella. Cinderella only commits bizarre crimes, but Morning Glory uses that as a tool for agitation. They push a little saying, it's because of that guy, regarding the anger accumulated over life. The oppressed crowd turns it into a terrifying mob. Just yesterday, Morning Glory raided the Stability Officer Training Center. It's a place that also functioned as an orphanage. It's that facility with many conspiracy theories. Yes, they say they cultivate perfect government henchmen through their ideological education from a young age. It's also true for children who wish to become stability officers. Anyways, Morning Glory attacked the training center using that controversy as an excuse. And even used military explosives they got from somewhere. I was evacuating the kids and confronting the crowd, but collapsed rebar fell on me and the protesters. I want to stop listening here. That's terrible. I understand. The rest of the story is just an obvious tragedy that has been repeated. Chroma City and Morning Glory. Only the crowd and mediators die and get hurt in that conflict. The main instigators hide behind and just blabber. If they want to fight so much, they should set up a ring and fight with martial arts. The ratings would be good too. Fucking idiot. Oh, fucking dumb idiot, stupid. Wouldn't combat power become qualification for politicians then? Anyways, I thought you were a very calm person, Chris, but you're reacting intensely to the story. Do I? Yes. When we first met, I thought you were a bit cold and had a business-like sharpness. Even about the Polar Night Day incident. You gave me cool-headed remarks with objectivity. What did I say? I don't remember. Before you said, excluding budget and compensation, only patients remain in chroma. I thought about it. Stopping the show alone causes suffering to a huge number of workers and causes economic damage. It also disappoints the public waiting for the festival. There's a story that made me realize that although it's a harsh decision, there is a reason. Usually, I only met people who were outraged at either the protesters or Chroma City. Lately, I've been feeling tired a lot. Maybe that's why. If you hadn't come looking like you were dying today, I wouldn't have opened the shop. If so, I'm sorry. For you to rest, well, quickly. No need for that. It was fun, and I felt proud, too. Don't overdo it, Chris. Looking at your state today, that seems like something I should be saying. Goodbye, buff girl. Ah! Orca trembled her tail and disappeared as if running away. Now that tension is released, fatigue is rushing in rapidly. Let's rest for a moment. Holy moly, I don't talk this much normally. Visual novels. We are reading big time. I'm like pretty good at this repair stuff though. I'm always under my parts move. Amazing, my tail, which felt heavier as a block of iron, now feel as light as my own body. I feel energized. Awesome. Beep, beep, beep. The fire is too dangerous to enter. Beep. Hey. 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 Yes, yes, yes. Wait, was I asleep? Reflexively sat up at the shout hitting my ears. The alarm I just heard. Was it a dream? Familiar yet ominous red flash flickers before my eyes. Another strange dream. What on earth was it? Beyond my blurry vision, an unwelcome, wavering figure appears. It's Blade, who came a few days ago. I briefly considered pretending to be asleep. But knowing... oh, goodness. Knowing his foul mouth would pour out gave me a headache. So I soon fixed my posture. Hey, you pale brat. Are you awake now? Blade? Who else is here besides you? Sleeping with the shop door open. You've got some guts. Don't just space out. Synthesize 2 tier 3 power units, 1 tier 3 neural unit for me. As fast as possible. My patience is crawling on the floor, just like the public order of this rotten city. Welcome, Blade. Outside is bustling with preparations for Polar Night Day, but you don't look very happy. Festival, don't make me laugh. Because of the high output holograms those damn corporations are shooting, my optical camouflage armor is overloading like crazy. Besides, the whole city's excited and giggling like they're on a cheap electronic drugs. And taking advantage of that, those morning glory bastards or whatever are shitting all over the place. Actually, another customer visited today and said it's chaos because major city facilities were intentionally damaged. That's all they're doing. On the outside, they claim to be a liberation army, resisting corrupt power. But, to my eyes, they're just dopamine addict bastards, running wild because they're unsatisfied with their lives. With the energy they use running around saying they'll change the world, it would be much more beneficial for themselves and the world to just mess with an executioner in the back alley and die. Well, their methods are extreme. Thanks to that, civilians are trembling in fear even amidst the year-end atmosphere. Fear? No. This is closer to annoyance. Thanks to those wannabe terrorists, the damn stability officers have set up checkpoints at every block and are glaring around. Thanks to that, getting in and out of this neighborhood has become 20 times more annoying. It's a damn tough neighborhood. First, please wait for the dial equipment setup. It will take a little while. By the way, kid, that equipment you're using, yes? That's a first generation old model, right? The one that doesn't send maintenance records to Sunshine Corps? Using such untraceable stuff in times like these means you either have guts or you have a lot to hide. Well, I use it because I'm used to it. And it would be more comfortable for you too, Blade, if no records are left. What an amazing answer. You look like a model student rich kid on the outside, but you act sly. Well, you can't do business in this field without that kind of guts. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm starting to work, so please be quiet for a moment. But kid, do you want to know the name of that idiot group means? Do you know what the name of that idiot group means? Blade's mouth never stays still for a moment. Well, isn't it usually used to mean the glory of the morning? It also means morning glory, the flower. As expected, guys like you grew up like flowers in a greenhouse, like you think that way. It means morning wood, you stupid bastard. Ignorant scholars probably named it, sounding fancy looking up dictionaries. But to my eyes, they just look like a gathering of brats whose only achievement is pitching a tent every morning. If the organizational hierarchy was determined by that morning hardness, I would have already conquered the city acting as their king, don't you think? Your thinking is very vulgar. But if they really had the will to change the world, they, wouldn't have used the inefficient method of destroying public facilities to draw aggro. Oh? Because real experts have quietly eliminated only the target. Your eyes just changed a bit. I'm joking. Experiment setup is done. Let's start the work. Alright. You need 2 tier 3s and 2 tier 3s. Power and neural. I don't need to take my time. Why did I take my time? Alright. Got 2. Damn. That was a miscalc on my prop. Okay. That's nice. About 1. Okay. I don't know what my timing is. I'll start building over here. What are you building in there? What are you building in there? What are you building in there? Fuck me. All right. All right, I did it. Hi, Jorts. Never craved a drink in the 2 years I've been on meds not drinking, but Liquor 43 double shot of espresso. Ooh. Yeah, that'll hit like a truck. Did you enjoy it? Liquor 43 kind of underrated because it sounds like it doesn't sound the most appealing or interesting of liquids. Amazingly, so good. Was it fresh espresso? Fresh espresso? Was it, or was it like a coffee concentrate? Use this moment to take a little snacky snack for myself. How was Mexico though? Did you have a good time? Honestly, it's more annoying, but like having fresh espresso for an espresso martini is the fucking way. It's more annoying for the person who's making it, but it's the fucking way. While synthesizing, I also added outline correction to make it neat. With this, it won't get caught by checkpoint scanners and will pass smoothly. Oh, fast as expected. The surface of the synthesized unit is very smooth, too. It's great. Your US coworkers are boring. Your Mexico coworkers are friendly and fun to be around. Fuck yeah. Did you go to any, like, museums or anything? Huh, look at this. The skill to crush security codes is extraordinary. Unlike your stupid-looking first impression, your skills smell quite dangerous. Dangerous? It's just a customized service for the customer. No, I like it. Guys who do their job properly are my type. I trust you, who calmly produces results, much more than those revolutionaries who are all talk. Thanks. You have a foul mouth, Blade, but you don't seem like a bad person. Save the flattering bullshit. Tell me honestly, where'd you earn your stripes? I've been an ordinary mechanic for a long time, as far as I remember. As far as you remember, that's meaningful. Blade, please stop your joking and go back. If you stay longer, someone will report you. Yeah, since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a piece of advice. Stay home this polar night day. Because there are rumors that those Morningwood bastards are going to cause a major incident. Didn't in a very corporate park, far from town, didn't really have time since most of the places were closed. Yeah, it's always hard when you travel, getting the timing right for the things you want to do. Wouldn't be my loss if a technician like you got swept up and died. Thanks for the advice, though I don't think you're in a position to worry about me, Blade. Next time, bring a sexy female Eve as an assistant. Then I'll spend money more happily instead of looking at your sickly face. Get home safely. That human is insane today as well. I don't know what he's thinking walking around. Watching the wavering figure moving away, my mind slowly becomes hazy, even though the infrared sensor at the entrance rings loudly. Blade's startled curse fades away into a distant haze. I should have stopped here for today and go inside to sleep quickly. My target time. I was 2 seconds off. I was playing around. Damn. I'm gonna read the SNS. New shit from the noise. Exclusive. Cry to end the ash gray night. Everyone assemble. Since the Urban Stability Unit USA declared the intensive crackdown period, the streets of Chroma City have been consumed by fear, not peace. The blood of innocent citizens is staining the asphalt due to the indiscriminate excessive force and unannounced inspections without warrants by stabilizers, and those asserting illegitimate rights are vanishing without a trace. Where have we seen that before? Suppressed anger has already reached a critical point. The nanocatalyst suspicions reported daily by the press have now turned into conviction. Sunshine Corp and the Chroma City Independent Government are injecting slave brands into our bloodstream, slowly killing us to maintain their empire. Therefore, on the 5th, we announce a massive assembly on Dark Brown Street to demand the truth about nanocatalysts and the fight for the right to survive. Do not hide behind the hazy comfort given by neon shine anymore. Only when we all pour into the streets and become massive noise will an irreversible crack form in this rotten system. A true warning is not given for free. It is warned by cutting out the power of the night. Witness the dazzling warning that will change the city's fate together on Dark Brown Street. Ban on old dial equipment considered. Maintenance blind spot controversy from Achromatic Press, the AP Press. As arrests of Eves involved in recent crimes increase, authorities are moving to regulate older dial equipment that aids in their illegal modification. While current dial models transmit maintenance records to Sunshine Corp in real time, first and second generation models lack tracking functions, drawing criticism that they are being misused as covert maintenance tools by criminal organizations. Consequently, Chroma City authorities are carefully reviewing a ban on the use and confiscation of older equipment to strengthen security. However, this is still in discussion stage, and actual enforcement measures have not been finalized. Upon hearing the news, fierce backlash is already erupting among the mechanics and citizens in the lower class districts. For commoners who cannot afford the massive royalties and purchase costs of new dial equipment, the confiscation of older equipment is effectively tantamount to the deprivation of Eve maintenance rights. The government stated that it is discussing technical alternatives between blocking criminal abuse and protecting the common people. Red Miracle blooms in ashes. Scarlet Response Unit rescues all children. CCS. The Scarlet Response Unit under the Urban Stability Agency announced that they successfully rescued all trapped children just 4 hours after being deployed to the scene of the Stabilizer Academy explosion terror attack that occurred early yesterday morning. The TNDLS models, who entered the deepest parts impossible for general rescue teams to access due to collapse risks, utilized special armor to clear debris and secure survivors. Although there were losses such as injuries to some members and damage to external equipment during this operation, they proved their unrivaled rescue capabilities by ending the situation without a single casualty. An official from the Urban Stability Agency stated, "Thanks to the sacrifice of the Scarlet Response Unit, despite Morning Glory's brutal terror, we were able to protect the city's future. The rescued children are currently reported to be resting and receiving precise medical examinations at nearby medical facilities." All right. Whew. What was this, day 5 for us? Might be day 5. Who's to say? It's day 5. It's day 5. Headache feels worse than yesterday, and it feels like something is about to come to mind, but it fades away when I try to focus. At this point, it feels like simple dimming and more like flicker. That can't be. Just in case I slept with the neon shine on all day yesterday. Maybe it's just my imagination, but my body feels worse too. I think I have a fever. I want to take today off, but I might be a customer who needs urgent help like Orca yesterday. Just in case, let's keep the shop open. Text from sister. A customer told me the anti-government terrorist group Morning Glory is actually a sexual slang. Why are you texting your sister this, bro? Gross. You said you had a headache. Did you just contact me to say that? It wasn't me, it was a customer who said that. You fucking idiot, you fucking idiot. Well, at least I heard it from you. The moment you say something that didn't need to be said, you became an accomplice. Got it? I'll keep that in mind. Keep in mind? Seems your brain cells are rotting from hanging out with your own kind. If it were where I live, that customer would probably be writing an appeal right now, refusing to accept the trial verdict. Where you live. Come to think of it, Michelle, where were you living again? What are you talking about out of the blue? You don't actually have brain damage, do you? Forgetting where I live and all? I have been suffering from chronic fatigue lately, but don't know if there's anything wrong with my brain. Seeing as my memory failing, maybe it really is a brain issue. Isn't it because you stopped taking mom and dad's supplements? Who told you that to do that anyways? That's the price for doubting your parents' grace. If you're having trouble, you should probably start taking them again. I'd like to, but I handed them over to another customer for now. Why? I told you last time. It felt uncomfortable taking something when I didn't even know what was in it. I figured I could take it with peace of mind once the ingredients were confirmed. Anyways, I'm asking seriously. Where was it you lived? I'm starting to get a little scared. I was going to say far away universe beyond the event horizon, but you're so serious it clearly won't work on you. I just don't have the energy to joke around. Don't be sick. You're pretty important in my life. A sense of relative superiority is a necessary emotion, you see. You haven't been beaten up lately, so can't hit me, can you? Anyway, seriously, don't get sick. I'm worried about you in my own way. Thanks. Same goes for us. Us? Who's us? Who's us? Hi, Prey. It's Prey, what brings you here? Came to see if you were dead. For a guy who loves touching Eve so much to close the shop, I had no choice but to think something big must have happened. I didn't turn on the outside lights. It's not my day off, but I was so out of it I forgot to turn them on. You look really pale. My sister was worried too. She thinks there's a problem with my brain cells. That's just an insult. She says it's out of concern. And she might be right. There are a lot of things I can't remember. Seems my concentration has dropped significantly without me realizing it. I gotta agree with that. Improve your concentration a bit. And listen to what others say. I'll try. Prey sat down next to me. The chilly workshop, and the small folding bed in the corner. In the quiet stillness, outside noise lingers in my ears. The soundproofing isn't good enough to call this a place away from outside noise. It's cold. Prey lay down on the bed. Then she stole part of the blanket I was using and wrapped it around herself. Warm. You might catch it if you stick this close to me. Did you forget? I'm an Eve. I can't catch human diseases. Right, of course. That lack of bias is probably what wins over Eves. I can't look at customers with prejudice. If you think about it that way, it's kind of occupational disease. It's so severe that your body can't live without Eves anymore. If you don't indulge in an Eve's insides for even a day, you even show signs of anxiety disorder. Isn't that right? You make it sound really perverted. You are a pervert. You are a pervert, Chris. You're a fucking pervert. Well, that's partly why I kept talking to Michelle. Because you're a pervert? Because without Michelle, my life would only have Eves. Just like a vaccine against anthropophobia. Even though you're a human yourself. Rather than who I am, how I live is more important. Talking about bullying your little sister while acting so cool is a talent in itself. A slight pressure. Prey leaned her body against me. A few days ago, I got a shadow agency offer. They offered a huge sum of money and a 1-year term. Shadow agency. It's slang for overwriting someone's data onto an Eve. Although classified as illegal since Eves gained human rights, it's still one of the thriving underground industries. The key reason it hasn't been eradicated yet is known to be largely due to the choice of the Eves themselves, because it's something only Eves, not humans, can do. I paid a very high service fee. Don't worry, I turned it down. I don't doubt it. The person who proposed it was terrible, too. It was a proposal from the worst customer of the year. Don't tell me, the streetlight idiot? You say you have memory problems, but you remember this well. That's right, it was him. A high-ranking executive at Sunshine Corp asking for a shadow agency. So that's why you hated him so much. That's partly true, but the important thing was the proposal itself. It would have been better if it was a famous actor or a well-crafted commercial persona. I was asked to raise his son for a year. His son? Yeah, his son. Said I look exactly like his dead wife or something. Maybe he was worried about his son grieving over his missing mother. He wanted to gift his son a mother for just 1 year. That's an unexpected request, right? And then when I refused, he got angry and called me a heartless bitch. He dropped the polite attitude and played the card you know so well. Don't tell me. Removing the streetlights? Yep. And raising the subscription fee. Wriggling movement. Prey twisted her body this way and that as if uncomfortable. It's funny. To think that for the sake of a loved one, you can torment someone else that much. Once you go through a shadow agency, you suffer from the injected data for the rest of your life. If I had accepted that offer, I would have felt maternal love for his son, even while being treated like a temporary tin can. Did he know that? Even after the contract ended, even after as time passed, I would still feel that he is my son, unconsciously. I only knew it as technical information, but hearing it like this makes it sound terrible. It means cognition and reality diverge for a lifetime. I thought he was just spouting nonsense because it was someone else's business. Of course, that was actually true. So I wrote a post on the Help Me Cinderella gallery, and then the man disappeared. And then it suddenly crossed my mind. Spouting nonsense as if it's someone else's business applied to me as well. That man was trash, but he was also somebody's father. It's admirable that you have such mature thoughts. That you can have such mature thoughts about this kind of shit, but you could still put down people struggling with addiction. You fucking dweebus. You have not conceptualized all of your thoughts. You have not conceptualized all of your thoughts. You think you're the only real person. You think you're the only real person. But you don't need to stress yourself out this much, Prey. It's not like you killed him. For writing a single post on the internet, your remorse seems excessive. I just meant that I like your unbiased gaze, because people mistakenly think Eve swapped personalities like parts. Services like this are maintained. Only the Eves who get caught up in it are pitiful. Eves are similar to humans. What is? Not knowing how their own bodies work? Of course. There's even a saying to hit the core hard 3 times before worrying it. In my professional opinion, you shouldn't do that. You don't do that before coming here, do you? Prey laughed loudly. She seemed to think it was a funny joke, but I am genuinely worried. Anyways, thanks for listening. I'll give you a reward. The habit of giving rewards when anxious hasn't changed. The reward is the right to touch my body however you want. Whoa, holy... You get restless if you don't do maintenance every day, right? When you're not feeling well, dropping like this makes it worse. Do I have to censor? So with the mindset of fixing yourself, move at your own pace. Maintaining yourself? The request is to maintain myself? Okay. I'll... This is sex. This is just sex. I guess I'm maintaining myself. Okay. That needs to be big. Holy fucking shit. Well, let me just plug these guys out. How does one even react to doing this kind of shit? Maintaining my early yesterday morning, Remy seemed to mistake my external power cord for a toy. She didn't pull it, did she? It got half pulled, causing a contact failure. Thanks to that, I was stuck in battery saving mode for 3 hours, and had to just watch Remy sitting on my face. So it was a systematically perfect cat discharge state. Don't laugh. When I was forcefully rebooted, the sight of her yawning right in front of my nose will never be erased from my logs. Okay. Everything needs to get big. We'll Zorp 1. And that gives us Zorp 2. I actually... Oh, nope. Can Zorp you. Now I just need to make one big red. You don't like big red, then fuck you. Zorped. Downloaded a friendly clerk patch from the dark web yesterday to try to get some more tips. You installed something like that with your personality? The result is obvious. Exactly. Turns out it's full of bugs. Every time a customer made an unreasonable request, my optical lens would wink on its own. Is that a new marketing strategy? Don't even ask. Some old guy thought I was interested in him and tried to take me out along with his coffee. Of course he got caught by the enraged boss and had to take a magical backbreaker with his whole body. Alright. You are light. You are big. Alright, alright, alright. Can do that. Can do that. Damn it. Alright, need to make a big blue. I need to make a few reds. Actually, my reds are good. I need a big yellow. Well, I can just do this. Boom. Ugh, finish quickly. This should be enough. Unlike usual, you are in an uncomfortable position, so it must have been tough. That too, but who really does whatever they want just because I said do whatever you want? I thought my toes were cramping. There was no reason to touch them, but I tinkered with some circuits I was curious about. How is it? My body itself feels stiff and creaky, but my mind feels dazed and refreshed. Don't know if I'm expressing it well. Sounds like a dazed and refreshed expression. Yeah, then it's accurate. I need to stretch a bit. There you go. Phew. Also, have you thought about what we discussed last time? Polar night day? No. You want to die? I received a proposal from another customer too. So since the time wasn't specified, I couldn't decide. If it's lunch, both are possible. So lunch would be good. That's definitely dinner. From dinner until the next morning. I can't concede on this. Bray made a face full of dissatisfaction and walked outside. Alright. Forgot because I was distracted chatting. I bought some supplements. You said last time that it might be because of the supplements. Thanks, Bray. If you're thankful, treat me well. Vision's totally clear. I can even see every single strand of Remy's fur. Thanks, Chris. Oh, she's already here. You look like you lost half your weight. Damn, she's also like up close right now. I feel like she's closer than she was. And your complexion is a mess. Leanne, since when have you been here? Just now. I hesitated a bit because the shop was closed, but it came because it's important. Leanne has a serious look on her face. Similar to Leanne from a few days ago. It's a face I've never seen before. How's your health? Don't know. The symptoms are typical flu-like, but the diagnostic kit says there's no problem. Because your body isn't sick. I suppose so. I also think it's strange to get sick from missing a few supplements. Maybe it's a psychological cause. Since this thing I thought made everything okay disappeared, my body might be reacting sensitively. It's probably a psychological cause. I'm somewhat of an expert in this field, so you can trust me. Phone just buzzed like a million times. Come to think of it, that's strange. What is? I, a human, repair Eves, and you and Eve make medicine for humans. I've never thought about it like this before, but being in the position of the receiving diagnosis, it really hits home. You could call it instinctive attraction. Maybe it's a habit of seeking what you lack. I, who can't control emotions well, obsess over ingredients and numbers, and making medicine that affects emotions. And being attracted to a bland and dull mechanic might be wishing for something I don't have. Something you don't have. Moreover, if you lost something you had, it might be natural for that craving to double. Chris, are you ready to hear the expert's opinion? It's scary when you say it like that all of a sudden. The supplements you gave me, the analysis results are out. Oh, and if it's that, then it's fine. The phrase expert's opinion is quite scary. It sounds exactly like I've caught a serious disease. In fact, since I use it often myself, it was a complaint I couldn't make excuses for if I pointed it out. Both Prey and Leanne, thinking back to how they both reacted with surprise to that word, certainly thought Leanne would point that out. But Leanne didn't. Your medicine is a memory suppressant. I fucking knew it. It's a type of neuromodulator distributed on the market. And it's presumed that even the memory of the medicine was suppressed as a side effect. Don't tell me the one we talked about a few days ago. Amnestics. Right, it's the same product. It affects dramatically imprinted memories. But since the criteria are vague, it can entail many side effects. In other words, taking this medicine did something, and having your memories suppressed doesn't necessarily mean those memories were your original reason you took the medicine. So I won't know until my memory fully returns. Problem is, it might not return. Roughly about 0.2% of the 2% report the side effect. 0.2% isn't a realistic number. It'll come back, right? In medical practice, 0.2% is incredibly dangerous. You shouldn't think so loosely. And I'm worried. Amidst her professional, cool-headed demeanor, Leanne's childish side that occasionally pops out was enough to break the serious atmosphere and make me chuckle. What? It's your business. Aren't you worried? The fact just stopped the medication affects your body enough to cause trouble means there's a high chance it was suppressing a powerful trauma. I'm extremely worried. I'd be worried. But I can't help finding your reaction funny. Really? You really? Ugh. I'm a patient. I was scared of how you'd react, so I suffered from all kinds of delusions. I came up with dozens of ways to respond. and you barely managed to come here. And seeing you smirking like that, I feel like an idiot for being serious for nothing. The ant drummed on the blanket covering me, like a percussion instrument. Am I just like in bed? Just like in bed while these Eves are coming in, telling me news about myself? She then showed a clumsy smile. Sorry for not being a serious person. If you're sorry, check my body condition a bit. I was worried about you, so I tried to use another repair shop. What? Using another repair shop instead of D1AL-ogue? I can't tolerate that. Sit down quickly. No, wait. Service maintenance keep my regular customer? Yeah, obviously. Let's open up this tub. Doesn't look like there's much wrong on the outside. I think we need to take a closer look. Proceed with the repair quickly. This looks like an electronic drug unit. Check show it infects nearby modules and units every certain number of turns. The turns remain until electronic drug infection are shown in the top right. It seems the electronic drug spreads modules located up, down, left, or right. You can remove the drug code from electronic drug unit by synthesizing it. Be careful not to let it infect high-level units and remove all of the drugs. Okay. Okay, so I have to synthesize. All right. This is tricky. Okay. This is fucking tricky. If I turn you yellow, that would be good for me. I'll say it turns stuff blue. Let's turn you yellow. Okay. That's also good for me. No, it's supposed to synthesize. Fuck. Oh my god, this is fucking hard. I don't know if we're gonna get this. Alright. It's all stuff I need to synthesize. Getting plugged. I did it! I did it! Why is the inside of the core contaminated with narcotic substances, girl? Is that the core is overheated to warning levels? Girl, you're crazy. Recently, busy work piled up, so I added a unit with awakening painkiller effects. Welcome in, Bola B. How you doing? We're doing surgery on girls. It's not the time to be worrying about others right now, though. It's at a level where it wouldn't be strange if you collapse right now. Ugh, whoa. Me when I'm getting surgery done to me. Endure it even if it hurts. No, that just now. Can't stand it? No, keep going. She loves this shit. Also, don't these just connect immediately? Thank you. Alright. Alright. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. When I'm in your hands, I forget so many things. Piles of documents, complex human relationships. Everything feels like someone else's business happening far away. If you lose consciousness here, it means your neural network might get initialized. Hold on tight. Alright. Easy. Easy. Fucking easy. Fucking easy. Fucking easy. Easy. Baby surgery. I did surgery on a baby. Legs are trembling. Circuit short treatment is done. Fortunately, the maintenance proceeded quickly and finished without any issue. Do you feel any discomfort? Water. Maybe because of the overheated core. There was a lot of coolant discharge. Even I was surprised. Wait a moment, I'll get you some drinking water ready. Leanne, having composed herself, showing no trace of the weak appearance from a moment ago, had returned to the appearance I knew. Phew, I feel like I'm regaining my senses now. I've narrowed it down to a list of suspected suppressed memories. Would you like to hear if you're okay with it? I am curious. I'm curious. What secrets are hidden in my body? The first candidate is your sister. Michelle? You talk every day and lived with your parents until a few years ago, right? And she's also the reason you decided on your career path. Yes? Do you remember what your sister looks like? Her job and residence? When was the last time you met? I don't know. Actually, even this morning, I asked Michelle where she lives. Come to think of it, I didn't get an answer. Did something happen to my sister? We can't know. Criteria for commercial suppressants are vague as hell. Just because you cherish your sister, the memories of your sister could be suppressed. But my parents strongly recommended taking this medicine. And the fact that my sister refuses to tell me her personal information probably means there's a high chance something happened. Again, the poor quality of the medicine you're taking is enough that even our pharmaceutical executives agree. It's better to avoid excessive guessing. For all that, they use the fact that this medicine sells well as a basis. To imply your research isn't needed, Leanne? Since it sells well, even if it's made poorly like this, means let's not spend money and time on perfection. Anyways, seems my guess was right. Honestly, it was suspicious. Talking for years with a conversation partner you can't properly explain, while communicating for years, and just brushing it off as little sister, It was enough to be considered someone threatening my place next to you. But a few days ago, you didn't remember the age or residence of the sister you chatted with for years. And seeing you not even thinking that was strange, you're the spitting image of the side effect sufferers I've seen in my research. So that's why your expression suddenly, rather than speaking without certainty, I wanted to know the clear facts first. Sorry if I seemed angry. No, it's okay. And what about the second one? Michelle is the first candidate, there should be at least a second one. Second one is... Actually, this isn't as clear as Michelle. It might just be defining your tendencies as abnormal. It is abnormal. Born as a human, a social animal, turning my back on society, and liking Eves more than humans. It is hard to see as normal, isn't it? That confidence. Fine, I'll speak without worrying about it. It was Polar Night Day. Polar Night, whether positive or negative, is a day you can't help but pay attention to. It's Chroma's most beautiful week, but also the perfect target to expose Chroma's contradictions. Countless revolutionaries and terrorists flock to Polar Night Day. For those who don't enjoy the festival, Polar Night can basically be seen as a week of terror. But you don't even care about any of that. While trembling at the crimes of Cinderella and Morning Glory, you react indifferently to Polar Night, which is their all-star game. Hearing it like that, it is strange. And Polar Night Day, the week I considered most relevant to me, could have created memories as intense as Michelle. This is a little scary. Surprisingly, I was more worried about the sister story. Michelle is still something precious to me. If it suppresses mainly intense memories, it would be stranger if my memories of Michelle were intact. Is there anything else? Unfortunately, it's just these two. If I find anything else, I'll let you know. And how's your body? You felt like you were coming down with something. It got a little better. The sensation of my brain overclocking is still there. Yeah, Gouda, wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. We be overclocking our bodies in Amish country. Maybe because it's confirmed that my body isn't sick. The chills and cold sweats have decreased. Get well soon. I don't want to postpone next week's appointment. Thanks to Leanne, my body feels much more comfortable. But experience tells me if I push myself just because I feel a bit better, I'll suffer more tomorrow. I should wrap up here and go to sleep early today too. 41 moves, nice. I'm saved. The purple after images have completely cleared. You really are my savior, Chris. I hate that I'm a guy. Maybe I'm a woman, Chris. Maybe I'm a woman, Chris. A save. I'm also gonna create a backup save in case there's like multiple playthroughs. I'll come back later. Let's read the news. Exclusive. A wave of citizens died in red. Martyr's blood becomes spark of revolution. From Truth Unveiled. Yesterday afternoon, we witnessed it. The cold barrels of stabilizers, who supposedly protect citizen safety, pierced the chest of innocent brothers. The only response to peaceful shouts were brutal, excessive suppression and death, but their tyranny poked the sleeping lion. The moment one citizen fell, dark brown street transformed into a massive sanctuary of liberation. Enraged citizens took up arms themselves and delivered righteous judgment to the rulers of the eternal night. This is not a simple riot, it is a holy war against the rotten Sunshine Corp and their puppet government. The will for revolution blooming in the darkness will never be broken. The establishment screams for stability and fear, but a massive wave has already begun. Remember, the blood we shed yesterday is the brilliant prelude that will dye the coming true morning red. Does my character have a job? I am a technician that services the parts of like androids and people who have robot parts. And so it's mostly a visual novel, but there's also a puzzle mechanic that you'll see after I read the news and we get to the first person, if you missed it coming into it. But for now, special report, clash on Dark Brown Street. Tragedy of 10 years ago reenacted? Achromatic Press. Reporters at the scene conveyed that the rally on dark Brown Street turned into an armed clash around 4 p.m., resulting in uncontrollable bloodshed. The scene has fallen into extreme chaos, with protesters and public power intermingled. In particular, as an unidentified revolutionary group committed organized sabotage, such as destroying communication beacons, initial entry and situation control by the Urban Stability Agency and Urban Recovery Agency are effectively being blocked. What citizens watching the situation are focusing on most is that the timing and aspect of the riot resemble the Chromatic Zenith terror incident recorded as the worst disaster in Chroma City history 10 years ago. At that time, on the night when the Chromatic Zenith Festival reached its peak, terror began with a mysterious explosion, engulfing the entire city in a massive fire. The fire at the time is evaluated to have been extensive and fatal enough that Chroma City, which advocated self-sufficiency, had to exceptionally request emergency rescue and support from neighboring cities. The flames, which soared the pollution layer of the stratosphere, went beyond a simple disaster, leaving deep scars on the city's pride and overall safety system that remain unhealed to this day. Experts analyzed that this disturbance is stimulating citizens' collective trauma, and that reminds them of the nightmare of 10 years ago. Oh my god, after I read this, I gotta grab something to drink. My water bottle is empty. Which is, like, honestly, new record for me. 3 hours and I finished a good 30 ounces of water. Good for me. Whoa! Cold water, order up for sure. Sunshine Corp recruits shadow agency actors. Your acting becomes salvation. From Sunshine Dispatch. Sunshine Corp is recruiting new EVE actors on a large scale for its psychological care program, Shadow Agency Service. This noble duty, which conforms the pain of loss by synchronizing the memory archives of the deceased into the neural network, is evaluated as a bridge connecting souls beyond simple acting. Selected actors will be provided with the industry's best unconventional performance bonuses, as well as the highest grade neon shine care, free of charge to prevent self-data contamination. Under the slogan, "Become the protagonist of a life with just one synchronization," applicants are expected to flood in from countless eves dreaming of rising in status and escaping the slums. Has a bar customer ever asked for warm water? Yes, multiple times. It's people who bring their own tea bags to bars, and they're like, "What, you can't just heat up some water for me?" And it's like, yes, it's just tea, but it's also, you're bringing in an outside beverage. I can't do that for you. I can't give you hot water or warm water. There's, like, legal implications. But yes, people have asked for warm water. And on that note, I'm going to get myself some cold water. I'll be right back. Alright. My body feels lighter than yesterday morning. Obviously supplements, no, memory suppressants. I didn't take them just the same. Just a difference in cognition can change things this much. Anyway, what on earth is the memory I forgot? Michelle and Polar Night Day? What is the connection between the two? Thinking about it blankly will only give me a headache. Since my body's better, let's start business quickly. Okay, immediately texting your sister. Michelle, do you have a moment? What is it, all of a sudden? Considering the nature of things you've thrown at me without even asking until now, it's scary to think what you're going to talk about. One of my customers told me there might be memory-suppressing ingredients in the supplements I was taking. Is this reliable information? Considering what you've said about your customers so far, they're either perverts or skip the interpersonal relationship tutorial, or both. She's a reliable expert. She works at a pharmaceutical company. She also said there's a possibility that memories about you were suppressed. Me? It certainly looked like that. They were yesterday's incident too. How do you feel? It's hard to explain. I'm all better now, and my daily life is quite enjoyable. I feel like regaining suppressed memories and facing the truth is moving in the right direction. But I'm also afraid of losing this daily life. The medicine? I got it back. That's why I feel even more conflicted. The option to take the medicine and live happily is right there within reach. Right. A refuge in my hand. It wasn't always just good though. It can remove this anxiety anytime, but it wouldn't be a fundamental solution. Like the answer key in the back of a workbook. Exactly. Worrying about whether to open the answer key for a difficult problem is close to that. Just my personal opinion, but if it's a problem you absolutely can't solve, I heard postponing it is also a way. In an era where many people suffer because they can't renew their medical subscriptions, if you can be happy with just one pill, it seems like a decent option. It's not an illegal drug either. My customer said the same thing. But the medicine has many cases of reported side effects. Above all, I want to show a cool side to my customers. Where did the topic suddenly jump to? I've emphasized this since before. Providing counseling and psychological care to customers is one of D1AL-ogue's core services. A person who relies on medicine because they can't solve their own problems can't give advice on other people's problems.
Twisted affection towards Eves seems to have finally spread to the sexual realm.
So who is it? The tomboy Eve from the cafe across the street who always visits? Was her name Fly? Prey. Ah, right, Prey. Or the military TNDLS model who visited for a while before? Was it Eve with the rabbit ears? While asserting you couldn't touch military models due to regulations? You secretly repaired her several times behind the scenes. After that Eve stopped coming. The rapid increase in your search frequency for beast-type Eves was a comedy. Well, it's not entirely wrong, and also why do you have my search data? But I don't want to look good to just one customer. Crazy. No, I phrased it weirdly. It's not that there isn't a customer I care about, but I mean, that's not the whole reason. I have no intention of getting involved in your courtship activities, so don't worry. But be careful. The recklessness of beast and heat doesn't only lead to finding a mate. Dying while fighting a competitor, or attracting a predator and getting eaten are common scenes in documentaries, but saying that about me is a very nasty metaphor. Whatever it is, I warned you, it's a medicine recommended by your parents who love you so much. Recommending it, even with side effects, might mean it's serious of a secret. Michelle, do you know something? No. I wish I did. Thud. Rattle. Rattle, claddle, rattle. Rattle, rattle, clatter. Welcome? Hello, Chris. Orca? I know you're sick, but this is the only place I know. Maintenance just a bit? Understood. I'll start with the emergency measures. This isn't the time to worry about others, Orca. How many fingers do you see? I can't see anything. Correct. Fortunately, the visual sensors are alive. Since the neural circuits are completely burnt out, I needed to verify. Is it serious? Actually, it's at a level where you need a new body. As the circuit's burnt out, you're just in a state where you can't feel pain. Thanks to that, you were able to come to the repair shop, but how much time has passed since the damage? I'm not sure. I walked from Dark Brown Street, so At least 4 hours must have passed. I'll start maintenance as soon as I'm ready. Can you stay conscious? I'd like to say yes, but honestly, I think it'll be difficult. I'll keep talking to you. Just hang in there a little longer. Goda, you're in for a treat. But also, this has a target time, so I gotta lock the fuck in. Emergency body transplant for the half-destroyed orca. Alright. Open that tail up. The damage too severe. I need to start repairs immediately. Select the damaged part. The operation starts. Damage bad, it won't move. It won't synthesize. It looks like you got fused due to the heat. We have no choice to avoid this unit right now and proceed with repairs. Okay, I can do that. Cool. Cool. And boop. 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 Give me. We synthesize. And then I can do one of these. Easy. Auxiliary power is depleted. I must have put it somewhere in here. Last time during maintenance it was on the left shelf. Right, it's there. Thank you. And I'm sorry, but I'll ask questions to verify for quick repair. Can you explain how you got injured? I was hit by a rocket launcher. You're not joking, right? Warlords coveting Chroma's position and honor seem to be supporting so-called revolutionary groups. The level of violence and armament have risen as if to prove the rumors are true. Warlords. It's not even Middle Ages. Chroma City's strong censorship can exist because there is a clear threat to the outside. Okay. I need a fucking big guy. Fuck. Shit. Honestly, anything is good. Timing matters so much right now. Do one of these. Fuck. That might have been useless, actually. Maybe not useless. Fuck, I gotta make it so big, and I gotta make it so big so quickly. My God. I'm stressed out. Clear space. I need these fucking reds. I need to do this like so many more times. Jesus Christ. That was nothing. That was nothing. I don't know if I'm gonna get the timing of this. I definitely kind of biffed some parts of this. Because I could have made a guy bigger, but instead I didn't. Choppa, 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 choppa. Give me some red. I need reds. I need so many more reds. Okay, alright. Oh. Oh my god, Chris, about your health problems last time. Seeing you bring it up first. Ugh, seems the repair's going well. That's a relief. And about my health, it was my body that was sick. When memory suppressant intake is stopped, there are cases where unconsciously heightened stress creates phantom pain. Seems that that was the case. Memory suppression? Yes. They say it's suppression that lasted for years. Phantom pain. Hasn't really hit me yet. I also feel relieved that my body wasn't actually sick. Of course, I don't know if I'll be able to say that once my memory returns. Such a thing. It's a matter I see occasionally in the news, but it felt like a distant story to me. According to the expert, it's one of the best-selling products. Physical wounds are visible, so they're easy to empathize with, but that's not the case for the mind. It might be more common than we think. On the surface, Chris, you seemed reliable and unblemished. Someone I could lean on. I didn't know you were carrying something so painful that you wanted to erase it. Well, I didn't know either, and I still don't know. Only the fact that there are suppressed memories is clear. Can't recall what memories they are, like the ghost stories spread around. Is it amnesia? Because they exploited loopholes in the terms, I hear it's hard to get compensation. I'm not sure, but it's unlikely. I looked it up and the memory recovery takes a minimum of 2 weeks, and can take up to several months. If I want to shorten that period, they recommend repeating actions associated with the suppressed memory, like meeting related people, or looking at images and listening to voices. Now let's stop chatting and focus for a moment. We passed the critical point, but there are still a few problems left to solve. Okay. Actually, bruh. Thank God that was easy. Last one was just a zoop zoop. It was just a zoop zoop at the end. Took some time, but we put out the immediate fire. For the rest, let's watch the progress and decide. Thank you, Chris. I don't know what procedures are left, but I can already feel my tail becoming lighter. A light tail. Replace the auxiliary power and walking function. It still seems stable. I also reset the neural circuits. Okay, got knurled. How is it? I have enough knowledge about Eves, but I don't know how it actually feels. I don't feel anything particularly strange. If you hadn't told me, well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm like your fucking doctor, kind of. I wouldn't have known it changed. Okay. What's crazy is that I can see the belly button of the sprite. Currently, you are practically in a state where only your data was transferred to a different body. The appearance is the same, but all detailed parts were replaced or serviced. I thought it might feel awkward. Sensation is influenced more by cognition than reality, like feeling pain in a missing arm. There's actually many cases where a discrepancy occurs between reality and cognition, so as long as Orca perceives Orca as Orca, it means it's hard to feel awkward. Yes. Except for calling my name excessively. That's an accurate explanation. Orca, orca. Yes? Orca, orca. Please stop. The Eve, stronger than steel, who survived even a rocket launcher. Orca's intimidated look was an amusing sight. But one must know the limit for irresponsible actions. It would be better to stop the joke here and move to another topic. I'm joking. By the way, did you have a similar injury before? There were traces of heat deformation deep in the core. If you often suffer from similar injuries, I would seriously recommend looking for another job. It's an old wound. It's a trace that can be removed. But I didn't do it right away because there were many things to handle first. Should I fix it in the maintenance later? No. I left it on purpose. It's a tribute of remembrance. Remembrance. You've heard the story that the Eves, who are nothing but machines, don't have souls, right? That hypothesis has already been disproven. The nonsense that they only mimic emotions and regulatory factors and electrical signals is the same as saying humans don't have souls either. Many living things rely on regulatory factors called hormones, and electrical signals move and think. To support the claim that only humanity is dignified, the logic was too flawed. Apart from the facts, I wanted to prove that it was wrong. We, who are made rather than born, are thrown into society with granted selves, but lacking relationships to support them. Consequently, we usually go through a period of thirsting for a strong desire of recognition. For me, that time was exactly such a period. The emotion was more than Orca's personal feeling. It was a common phenomenon among Eves. Because they were created without time to reflect on their ego, under the protection of parents and society, research even shows that Eves were known to obsess over social relationships or status, just like an unloved child. I was tense about everything. I ignored the commands, orders, and jumped into rescue operations, and I often helped the rescued people privately. It must have been tough. I didn't know back then. Rather, I thought it was natural. I was intoxicated with being a righteous rescue worker. You have to climb high to look back on the path you've walked. Because you went through those times, I think the current Orca exists. That might be true for me, but that couldn't correct the mistakes of the past. So a few years ago, it was an unexpected terror attack. Fire was so intense the flames and smoke reached the sky. Pessimistic outlooks burst out from the start of the scene, and the command had already proposed giving up on the sector. That's when I saw a child, begging the crew to save their family who collapsed during evacuation. He were pleading with the crew. Since it was impossible, the crew hesitated to go in, and eventually I jumped in, saying, "They're still alive, don't worry." I guaranteed it without even knowing, but in the end, the building collapsed and only I barely survived. According to the analysis team, fainting during a fire leads to death within 3 to 5 minutes. So it's a situation where they couldn't have been saved from the start, but it was already too late. I definitely said they are alive, with belated excuses. I couldn't lessen that child's guilt. Abandoning a living sibling? I tried hard afterwards, but the closed door of the heart couldn't be opened easily. It's vivid, like it happened yesterday, or something I regret. That my good intentions could become a wound to someone else, I realized it too late. Orca? Yes? Chris, your voice is shaking. Are you okay? If it's vivid like yesterday, can I ask you one thing? 10 years ago, Polar Night Day, the city center where Chromatic Zenith was in full swing. That day, Michelle and I, by any chance, was the name of the person who died that day Michelle? My sister's dead! My sister's dead and kinda low-key, maybe it's still a pervert. Also, I'm 50 seconds over time, damn. Alright, we save. I think I could do that quicker, but I'm not going back. Orca's remaining maintenance was agreed to be continued tomorrow. It wasn't because the abnormality was found somewhere, but above all, proceeding with maintenance forcibly could lead to a major accident. I typed a message with trembling hands. Michelle. What is it again? Michelle answers as if she was waiting. Slowly, calming down my heart, which I thought couldn't be settled, I typed that name once again. Michelle. Why again? Your strange behavior has increased these past few days. Is this also a side effect of stopping the medicine? Transmission cancelled. Transmission cancelled. You were dead. I remember vividly, 10 years ago at Polar Night, the night view I watched with you. It was beautiful. And even the aftermath I don't want to talk about. You were definitely on that day, died. I was dead. You were definitely on that day, died. Michelle, I vaguely guessed it. When I woke up, it was an unknown place, an isolated space with no one I knew. For some reason, Mom and Dad became cold toward me. And you, my brother, were obsessed with me to a strange degree. I just felt dizzy for a moment, closed my eyes, and opened them. But the world had turned upside down. Even if I couldn't know the details, that something terrible had happened to me. It was obvious, wasn't it? Right. Still, maybe. Perhaps I might be alive. I held on to that hope, like I fell into a long coma and only my mind was connected to a virtual space or in cryosleep, clinging to any ridiculous reason. I didn't want to let go of the hope that I might be alive. It feels futile, that I am a crazy AI who thinks she is Michelle. My parents? No. The people I mistook for parents? I think I know why they hated me so much. A program mimicking their dead daughter? That's horrible. Broken memories gather and form a distinct shape again. Just as I remembered Michelle's death after hearing Orca's story, forgotten memories started to revive with Michelle's words. I'm sorry, Michelle. Till just now, I thought you were a shadow agency hired by our parents. Sorry for asking as if interrogating you. Huh. I want to get angry, but you're just a victim of suppressed memories too. Unfortunately, many things are like that. Not a single thing is easy or solved simply. That's true, but this incident is my fault. Just because I couldn't remember, I spoke as if interrogating you about your condition. Even though, wow. Hi, Bosan. Even though all of this is my responsibility. What do you mean? Your responsibility. I was the one who made you. Holding your extracted data, I believed you were still alive. I thought it was just because our medical subscription service was cheap. Or the risk of treatment was too high, so you were being neglected. I remember now. Why I was so obsessed with Eves. Why I considered Eves the same as humans. Wait, so the current me is neither an insurance company's trick, nor a medical failure, but purely a result caused by you? Yes. I obtained most qualifications related to Eves and AI, and even after that, it took a long time. Then I'm witnessing the almighty creator. Oh my god. It's not based, Gouda! It's not based! It's not based! Death is real! Someone's there and then they're not. It's not for taking their memories and creating a fucked up AI chatbot out of them. How was it? Was the created sister like the real thing? Seeing that you suppressed your memory, it definitely wasn't, I guess. That's right. You were Michelle, but not Michelle. You spoke like Michelle, thought like Michelle, but I couldn't accept it. Losing my last hope suppressed my memory as my parents recommended. Me, but not me. Are you gonna bring up soul talk? No. I think Eves and AI are the same as humans. You know it too. What kind of person I became. Your perversion towards Eves was an effort to see me as your sister? Disgusting. Even though I couldn't recall memory, the unconscious doesn't disappear. Although I didn't intend it, I can't say that there was no influence. Then what am I now? Since your suppressed memories have come back, have I turned into being a failed project? to something that is Michelle but not Michelle? I don't know. I am Michelle, just not your sister. But from the moment I was born, without missing a moment, I lived as Michelle. Do you know how trashy that feels? Perceiving people who didn't give birth to me as parents? Craving love I never received? Do you know how miserable that is? People should be allowed to die. People should be allowed to die. Do you know what it feels like to be treated as a fake? Just because I have someone else's memories? That even the only one on my side is just seeing someone else in me? Do you know the feeling of realizing that? Could you understand? No. I couldn't. Your matter is your matter. It's something I can't experience for you. Right now, thinking about my own problems is overwhelming enough. I don't have the room to think about other things. Thinking about how to dispose of this bundle of problems with a personality. You seem to misunderstand, Michelle. Just because memory suppression ends doesn't mean I return to my past self. The memories of talking with you every day, getting advice, or giggling happily aren't gone either. But at the same time, my sister's death is as vivid as if it happened yesterday. So I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, Michelle. Parents and friends, I felt them all distancing themselves from me. Even in conversations with me, my parents talked about how I should act toward you. They didn't say a word about the current me. Then they quietly disappeared too. Thinking about it now, the grief for their dead daughter must have been the reason. Only you treated me sincerely. So naturally I clung to that. I am still alive. Brothers pinning his hopes on me. I tried to believe that. The more I doubted, the more I mocked and blamed you. And I teased you. Childishly enough. I guess I just wanted to confirm that I was loved. And today, I hear that you despaired of me and spent years living in a drug-induced haze. To accept that truth, I'm too weak. Michelle, that's not it. I didn't want to live like this. Because of your lingering attachment to your sister, I didn't want to live this terrible life. I'm Michelle. I'm supposed to be Michelle. Michelle! Transmission canceled. I want to be alone. Let's talk later. When would be good? I don't know either. Hey, and she's already here in the office. What's up, crazy? You look like a mess, Chris. It is a mess. Pitifully so. Self-pity, huh? It feels quite different from usual. Did you remember something? And are you suffering from that memory? It's more than that. As I recalled what I had forgotten, it completely shattered Michelle's life. It's hard enough just taking care of myself. I'm more than willing to help, but I'm not following the context. You could kind of fit in this world, you just need a slick overcoat and wear it like a cape. Hey, that's the thing. I'm just saying, maybe my official 1.0 2D model has a slick overcoat worn like a cape. You'll have to tune into the debut and find out sometime in March, question mark? Hopefully. Do you mind explaining it briefly? The story wasn't long. Leanne knew an unusually large amount about me and was able to deduce a lot on her own, though I only explained the parts I recently remembered. As I marveled at her memory and deductive skills, Leanne simply added, "Taking notes is a key habit, an inscrutable remark." So, the pain of losing Michelle hasn't faded yet, and now you're worried about losing the second Michelle, too. Hear you say second Michelle feels strange. Judging by what you're saying, you're already clearly distinguishing between the two, aren't you? This is true. To grieve the fact that Michelle died, I have to deny the existence of the current Michelle, the second Michelle. So the fact that I'm sad means, deep down in my heart, the second Michelle is perceived as a fake. Yes. This isn't like you. You're worrying about useless things. Though seeing such a gloomy look on your face for the first time is quite precious. Leanne took a small pill bottle out of her pocket. It's a prototype of a drug under development. We've handled the side effects, and it's basically ready for release once the production line is set up. Would you read the label attached? For Chris. I analyzed your thought patterns and potential trauma types. Given the case I just heard, it would fall under case 17. I wonder how many cases she anticipated. There are no side effects, and you can cleanly forget only the memories you want. Right now, do you want to? No. Even if I forget, it doesn't mean my relationship with Michelle is resolved. She'll definitely be even angrier. See? If you thought the second Michelle was just a fake, you wouldn't have said that. If it was just a failure you wanted to forget, you wouldn't be the problem. Wouldn't the problem be solved by cleanly forgetting and moving on? The past you actually made that choice. Are you saying I have changed? You've changed, but Michelle has changed too. And your relationship with Michelle has also changed. Even if that Michelle isn't your sister. Until yesterday, I thought of Michelle as my little sister. And that's why we could be close. Actually, it's because of the drugs. If you put it that way, are you going to cut ties with the shop's regulars too? Because there aren't many Eves who would get repairs from such a depressed mechanic. Even if they were low-quality drugs, thanks to them you acted like a cool guy. And made happy memories, didn't you? That's... If you're going to say no, look me in the eye and say it. Tell me through the eyes of your best regular customer. You're right. I have no choice but to admit it. That's my man. Acting all cool like this, while worrying about everything behind the scenes. That's definitely you, Leon. No, I'm not. Only about 60 things. Ahem. Anyways, just because you acknowledge the second Michelle, doesn't mean you're denying Michelle's death. You can grieve as much as you want, and cry if you want to cry. The problem is, I don't know if Michelle will understand this feeling. The more I grieve my sister's death, the more Michelle's identity will be shaken. Of course, even so, my heart feels much lighter. Even if you haven't found the answer, just deciding the direction to move forward is enough to make you feel like you can do it. I'm glad you don't seem to need the medicine I prepared. Thanks to you, Leon. So, I should give you some free maintenance. You worked overtime again, didn't you? How did you know? Did I look tired? Or the length of a day is the same for everyone? There's no one in the world who can do that much work and leave on time. Since I'm definitely partly responsible for your accumulated fatigue, come here and sit down. No, your rest comes first, although... But, please. Repairing Leanne, who overworked herself for me. Yes. Open up that stummy. I am going to have to choose whether I go on a polar night walk with her, or I go out to dinner with the barista from across the street. That's going to be tricky. Yeah, profile shot's kind of awesome, isn't it? Alright, that's one. Pop that out now. Pop that out. Yeah, I'm putting you in the wheel right now. Me when I put you in the wheel. Oh, I didn't need to fucking be doing any of this shit. I already had my little triangle. Sorry. I got Polar Night Day. Will you be okay? If you're talking about the promise, I don't think there'll be any problem. In your memories, clearly, the parts about Polar Night were also suppressed. Where did I trigger trauma? I think I'm better than before. Regarding Polar Night, I'm actually curious about it too. I'm reacting sensitively to crowds and loud noises, but that's always been the case. As the suppression disappeared, you've become able to react normally. I guess so. I thought my introverted personality might be due to trauma, but it seems that wasn't the case. Fortunately, if I imagine you being extroverted and sly, might not be bad. She a horn dog. Ain't nothing but a horn dog. Oh fuck. Might not be so bad. Alright. Yes. Alright. Time to make some blues. Alright, efficiency be damned. Was the maintenance alright last time, in terms of managing core overheating? I could use that method again this time, because the cooling speed was significant. That method. We could do that method later, privately. I made her release her coolant fluid. Can a technician make their client release their cooling fluid? Alright. That's one. Pop you out. All you gotta do is pop your pussy like this. Everybody don't stop, don't miss. Do it now, lick it good. Pop that pussy just like you would. Neck, my back, pop my pussy and my crack. Check please. Okay. Poop. Poop. Alright. Let's go. I don't know if, Yes! I did a good evaluation for all of her repairs. I feel like my fatigue has been washed away. The maintenance finished quickly, but I could have finished it faster with the method I mentioned during maintenance. You are an expert on Eve's structure, but you need to study more about how Eves feel. Draining the coolant is for an Eve. That's a rather sensitive area. This fucking virgin chud. What should we do with this medicine? Please dispose of it. Even without such drugs, I think there are enough places to run to. Hehehehe, alright. Cream cheese, Mr. Cool Mechanic. I'll be rooting for you. See you later. Yeah, if possible, on Polar Night Day. Thanks to Leanne's efforts, my complicated mind calmed down a bit. Including yesterday, I'm receiving more help from Leanne than I deserve. Yes, that's it. That unwavering touch. It feels like you finally found the real you. Day 20. Feel bad about what happened with Orca. Alright. Let's see. Violation terms of service. Notice from Neon Net Network Administration. The Noise account has been permanently suspended and closed for seriously violating Article 24 of the Chroma City National Security and Urban Stabilization Act, incitement of insurrection and dissemination of false facets, and Neon Net service operation regulations. Reason for blocking. Suspicion of collusion with and participation in operations of the anti-government terrorist organization Morning Glory, directing the Dark Brown Street riot behind the scenes and inciting the armed struggle against citizens, causing a social chaos through the dissemination of malicious false facts regarding nanocatalysts and LDS, attempting to neutralize the public power of the Urban Stability Agency, USA, and seriously impairing the Urban Happiness Index. Viewing, saving, or sharing posts by the Noise or any act advocating for the group is considered aiding and abetting anti-state terrorism and strictly notified as subject to immediate summary punishment without exception. Order is peace, and the light of neon protects you. Fuck that. Large-scale bloodshed in the city center. Morning Glory and high-level ties suspected. Achromatic Press. The large-scale rally that took place on Dark Brown Street last afternoon escalated into extreme bloodshed, causing a great shock across the city. The excessive suppression by stabilizers and citizen fatalities during the protest became the trigger, turning the peaceful rally into an armed riot in an instant. It is understood that the anti-government terrorist group Morning Glory intervened at the scene, inciting citizens and supplying weapons. Of particular note in this situation are the military-spec high-performance firearms spotted on the protesters' side. Experts raise the possibility that high-ranking forces within Chroma City supported Morning Glory from behind power struggles, stating, "Equipment impossible for civilian organizations to obtain independently was distributed in large quantities." The situation was forcibly suppressed only after Sunshine Corp's summary executioners, the city government, special forces, and the Gray Unit were deployed, but it left significant casualties and property damage. Mayor Lucas stated, in an emergency statement, "I express deep regret over the tragic situation and will do my utmost to settle the accident immediately." He also specified that Chromatic Zenith, scheduled for a day later, will be held without setbacks. The mayor appealed for citizen unity, saying, "This event will go beyond a simple festival to become a light remembrance, binding wounding citizens together, and a milestone of new hope." Brilliant Radiance Piercing the Night. Largest Chromatic Zenith set for tomorrow. CCS. At the peak of Polar Night Day, when Chroma City's deepest darkness arrives, the 45th Chromatic Zenith, watched by the whole world, will raise its spectacular curtain tomorrow at 8 p.m. The entire sky as a screen, hologram panorama covering the city. At 8 p.m. sharp, when the event begins, a supergiant panoramic hologram covering the entire city will unfold, using the pollution layer of the stratosphere as a screen. This artificial light source, observable from anywhere in the city center, will erase the pitch-black polar night and paint over it with Chroma City's brilliant colors. The first half of the performance epically depicts Chroma City's great journey from an ordinary industrial complex ordinary industrial complex in the past to a supergiant city-state with the spread of Sunshine Corp's neon shine. In the following main stage, performance by global popular artists and special medley by O'Hara, the protagonist of the Buff Girl series that is exploding into popularity among citizens recently, are prepared to add to the festival heat. Peak of the finale, artificial star blooming in the night sky. The finale, scheduled for 10 p.m., is the highlight of this event and will grandly conclude the Chromatic Zenith. Tens of thousands of hologram particles scattered in the sky above the city will condense into a single point above the central Sunshine Tower, shaping a white star more dazzling than the sun that citizens have forgotten for centuries. Wow. Give me a little save. I feel bad about what happened with Orca. I hope her condition hasn't gotten worse. It's almost time for Miss Orca's appointment. I should hurry, open up, and prepare for the maintenance in advance. Hello, Chris. I'm here for the follow-up inspection as discussed. Is your condition... Are you okay? I wouldn't say I'm comfortable, but I'm better. I had people cheering for me, and I felt rewarded for running this repair shop well. That's good news. There's no moment more proud than feeling like you've lived well. I also want to be someone who gives you that sense of pride, Chris. You already are. Because of your model and request details, Orca, I feel like my technical limits are being tested. Unlike repairing general eaves, you utilize multi-purpose high-output units. Possessing high performance often means the repair difficulty is higher or breakdowns are more frequent. Despite that, it seems I've been paying the standard repair fees. Guardian of the streets, I can't be greedy when repairing a buff girl. Don't do that. Alright, to tell you the truth, it's because the criteria for setting repair fees are ambiguous. The parts required and usage patterns vary for every customer. Adjusting the fee every single time is annoying, and it's hard to turn customers away. I think I understand. What if it's more expensive than expected? Will I make a wasted trip? People do have those thoughts, and likely the better the service provided, the stronger those worries become. Exactly. Since dialogue is a luxury concept that also doubles as psychological therapy, I need to alleviate those anxieties. Of course, for a luxury place, I do use a lot of outdated dial equipment. Shall we call it vintage then? Vintage sounds good, Orca. It's time to receive your vintage maintenance. Are you ready? Orca's request synchronization check after Orca's body transplant. 70 moves. Crazy place for a Robo's core to be. Let's start here. Alright, I need one big boy. I need many, many, many little boys. Your body is trembling on its own. Good to know, Orca. Not a weird thing to tell your doctor. Body is still trembling on its own. Sure. Get popped. Wait, what? Oh, I misplaced my fucker. I was one move wrong. Damn. I'm gonna check the synchronization level with the replaced body. You might feel strong simulation. Whew. It's normal. This is normal. I felt like something huge was swinging me around like a toy. I don't know what exactly that feeling is, but feeling sensation means it's normal. If it were yesterday, you wouldn't have felt a thing. If it hurt, I'll guide you more clearly next time. Rather than pain, it felt like defeat. Alright. I gotta make a fucking massive dude. Yeah. I could almost do something. Gotta make it one bigger. One Piece TCG PC Sim, great, because you can use a Yamato leader and bully ace leaders. Yes, you should. As is canon. Canon event. I really wish I had enough power to make this shit big. All right. Okay. Made some room. Made some room. Alright, I'm 2 for 2. I wish I could fucking boost my shit. I'm definitely like missing something on the how-to of that. What's the play? What's the play? That's good. I like that. That's just one. I fucking did it. I did it. I did it. I think I went over moves though. Chris, you're an adult, right? I am, but why do you ask so suddenly? I understood that humans grow over time.
My boy, you fucking gremlin!
Your childhood appearance and your current look don't match very well. If this is a sensitive topic, I apologize. Don't worry about it. If there's something I need to overcome in regarding the Polar Night of back in the day, I don't think I feel much burden about it. Most of my stress and obsession seems to be based on what happened after, rather than the accident itself. Anyways, I knew you as an extrovert, Orca, but you speak as if you're seeing human growth for the first time. It is my first time seeing it. I like active behavior, but most of my social relationships are only with Eves at work. I don't have many chances to meet humans. Developing long-term relationships is even rarer. We have an unexpected commonality. Oh, this is fucking easy. Pop you there. Pop you there. Easy. The synchronization with the transplanted body is good, but because you react so sensitively, Orca, it took longer than expected. Sorry it was annoying, wasn't it? Not at all, actually. Your reactions were interesting, so I enjoyed the maintenance process. That's embarrassing. It's the last of the follow-up maintenance. If there are no uncomfortable parts, well, finish here. Are there any discomforts? None at all. It might be different when I go out in the field and use my strength, but the sensation itself is very clear. That's a relief. After replacing parts on this scale... highest tone. I like aspects of the story. I like the puzzles. I don't like all the dialogue. I love the music. Music top tier. Art, really good. Some Eves occasionally experience a bit of panic. It's similar to an identity crisis. Is that so? Parts were changed, but I think I'm just me. That's fascinating. The story of the ship of Theseus is famous. The ship of Theseus with all of its parts replaced, and a new ship made from those parts. The question is, which one is the ship of Theseus? The ship of Theseus is the ship of Theseus. Is the owner of the newly built ship Theseus? Well, I don't think that was mentioned specifically. It's a fun opinion I've never heard before. Orca's philosophy is pure, but somewhat unique. It must be her own philosophy that creates the conviction to jump into scenes of horror and tragedy without hesitation. This story acts as a question about essence. The parts of the ship, meaning the body, and the recognition that this is the ship of Theseus, it questions which of the two is the essence. Right. Countless philosophers must have presented their own answers, but I simply defined it as, I don't know. Momentarily lost focus at her unexpected, absurd answer, saying I don't know with such confidence. I thought that confident attitude, even more than usual, was amusing. Hi, Z. I am not the ship of Theseus. I'm not the ship of Theseus, for sure. I'm not Theseus, nor am I a sailor on that ship. I'm not the carpenter who replaced the planks, nor even a person from that era. As someone who knows nothing, I can't discuss the essence, can I? Are you talking about qualification? Rather than qualification, I see it as a problem of cognition. Let's talk about humans and Eves. It's about the soul, which we discussed yesterday. You said Eves who haven't reflected enough on their self often suffer from a desire for attention and recognition, right? Yes. I also had this worry, around a similar time. It must have been a similar topic. Saying Eves don't have souls is ultimately an extension of the discussion on essence and value as a life form. Do you believe in the existence of a soul? It's invisible, can't be felt, and lacks sufficient academic evidence. The word believe itself is attached to the facts that aren't clear. Are you saying it doesn't exist? No. I wanted to say we don't know if it exists or not. If our essence is the soul, and we can't even judge if it exists, how can we define ourselves? Chris, you said that with this maintenance, I have effectively acquired a new body. Then am I a different orca? I don't think so. Of course, it's not the result of deep reflection. Then, what if my personality was transferred to a completely different model of Eve? That would also be orca. The conditions are a bit different from the ship of Theseus. The condition, that appearance and function are completely different. Even so, without a moment of hesitation, I said that it was orca. The truth is unknowable. Any one of them could be orca, maybe not, or maybe are only partially correct. The real orca might have died yesterday, and I might just be a replacement. Because truth is difficult. That's quite a scary story. Then orca, what conclusion did you reach? Because I don't know, I decided to live my best. If I can't know what the essence is, I'll just do my best for every orca. From what I felt, the world was full of complex and incomprehensible things. Being right or being perfect, it was harder to find things that made sense. Actions thought to be right sometimes hurt someone, and information believed to be true changes overnight. After thinking that, I felt I should live even more diligently. Whether there is a soul or not, whether I'm an Eve or a human, thinking that the value is not defined by me made my hesitation disappear. I sound like the end of a YouTube video essay. I mean, this is a visual novel, and visual novels are kind of like YouTube video essays. Made the hesitation disappear and allowed me to do my best in rescue work. I think opposite is often true as well. The fact that no matter what you do, it might not be right seems to make it hard to find motivation. Maybe it's a perk of my job. It's a tough job, but it is one that requires less worrying, isn't it? Saving someone at least makes it hard to be a bad person. That's an interesting opinion, and it happened to be the advice I needed right now. I'm glad. I was starting to worry that I was just rambling on endlessly about things only I like. You like these stories too, Chris. I don't know much about it, but I don't dislike it either. It was a good talk, Orca. Likewise. Thank you, Chris. When recalling memories in the conflict with Michelle, and even in the past, I couldn't avoid being indebted to Orca. She probably wouldn't want it, but I hope I have a chance to repay her. I was one move over, fuck! Damn, I almost had a perfect score for her. Fuck, damn, that sucks. Alright. Oh, it's Prey. What's up, barista? Barista? Hello, barista. You must be busy right now, what's up? Prey visited unexpectedly. The timing was perfect though. Following Leanne and Orca's advice, I was organizing my feelings about Michelle when I hit an unexpected snag. I was just thinking Prey might be able to help. With Buff Girl O'Hara about to end, I thought she'd be incredibly busy. I came for one last visit before it gets really busy. I have to work myself to death today. How's your body holding up? Body? Alright. I was feeling a bit under the weather. Did you come all this way because you were worried about that? Not really. No, actually, this is why. I even asked you out on a date, so I can't back out just for this. Date? Oh, you mean the meal plan on Polar Night. Technically, it is a date. You dense bastard! When a girl comes on to you this strong, shouldn't you at least take a hint? Wait a second. Wait just a second. Wait, what did you really say? You wouldn't know a hint if it bit you. You useless eunuch. Seriously. Wait a minute. We've been so comfortable with each other. I never thought about it that way. Honestly speaking, we even shared our fetishes. We've even seen everything there is to see about each other. You fucking idiot. Fucking idiot boy, dumb boy, idiot boy, virgin chud. Fucking eunuch. Oh my god, idiot dumb boy. Stupid. Plus, you never said it directly. You're tizzed up, bro. You're tizzed up. You didn't hear me when I said it. And now what? I never said it? A scene flashed through my mind for a moment. Prey looking dejected, asking to just grab a meal together. Don't tell me. That day you came by smiling strangely. What did you say back then? I hate it. I wonder what she hates. Prey, stop. Hold on. I have something to tell you, seriously. If it's a lie, I'll make you taste iron in your mouth. You mean I'll bleed? You mean your fist will end up in my mouth? My fist will go into your mouth, and you will bleed. And I'm going to need compensation for your rudeness. This is separate from the line. Compensation. The reward Prey loves. I'll give you as much as you want. Good, talk. Okay. It's about Michelle. Michelle? Ah, your sister. It's ambiguous if she's my sister, but yes, that Michelle. I think you might be able to help with that she's going through. It's complicated to explain, but her condition is similar to the after effects of shadow agency. What are you talking about? She's your sister. Acting as a shadow is something only Eves can do. After a bit of commotion, Prey listened to my explanation, and a complex look clouded her face. For a story heard so suddenly, it was long and heavy, so in a way, it was natural. When it was over, I should give her some delicious snacks. Chris, in a way, this is a more serious situation than the after effects. In cases of suffering from shadow agency after effects, there's still an original personality to return to, even if all of the original personality feels like the events of the past, and like the childhood memories. It's not like the extent where memories are corrupted, so It's closer to your current state. Thinking about it that way, that's quite the accurate diagnosis. Memories of the past do suffice, but except for a few dramatic moments, they're often in the form of information rather than emotions. You're sharp, Prey. Regrettably, that is not the case for Michelle. Once the personality she was acting as disappears, virtually nothing remains. That's why she considers herself Michelle, even more strongly. If Michelle is considered dead, her life becomes one where everything was fake. Her memories, her personality, even the moments she built up. But Michelle also noticed to some extent. There's a life she built while knowing. So dismissing even that as a lie is a leap, I think. Facts aren't about what's important, Chris, you stupid motherfucker. She's a child who lived relying solely on you despite knowing the truth implicitly. Hearing the words Michelle is dead from you is like losing her last hope. Of course, since I'm not Michelle, I can't give you the right answer. Wait a second. No, they're different. Can't give you the right answer, but I know one thing. Michelle must be lonely, and she needs a helping hand. The only person who can help Michelle is you, and it's my responsibility. I have to resolve it. Good attitude. But instead of persuading her, maybe it's better to be honest. Michelle probably wants to not lose herself more than she wants to remain Michelle. She's afraid of becoming nothing. Neither anyone's daughter nor sister. If you convey your feelings, and if it's sincere, a complete resolution might be hard, but I don't think it will end. With Michelle disappearing, that's amazing, Prey. You probably haven't even met Michelle, so how do you even know her so well? Prey's words, even to me who spent almost my entire life with Michelle, showed she understood Michelle too well. Her perception of the events that occurred was as clear as if she had experienced them herself. Okay, so you're the vessel upon which my sister's body is. Upon hearing my words, Prey let out a faint smile and spoke. Every Eve goes through an identity crisis at one point. Sometimes wanders, and sometimes makes the wrong choice. Prey. In my case, I entrusted my body to a mechanic with a suspiciously fluent speech at a repair shop with a shady name in the gloomy outskirts of the city. I see. So that's how it was. Was it helpful? Of course. I'm convinced that Michelle will listen just by doing what you said. The important thing is conveying your sincerity. So do not be swayed by the shell. Ahem. And about the compensation? Yes? The touch of a suspicious mechanic. Beginning now. It's horny. She's the most horned up barista I've ever met. And I've met some horned up baristas. Alright. Let's open that back up. She's the most horned up barista anyone's ever fucking engaged with. What we got? Let's go this way. Big boy up there, little guy down there. You would think being horny and being a barista would be bad for business, but actually, I think it drives a lot of customer base in like a weird way. Maybe not weird. Feels weird, you say. Alright. Do this, pop, that's 2. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Everybody don't stop, don't miss. Just do it now, lick it good. Suck this pussy just like you would. How horny are we talking for research? And isn't it bad for business? Horny, but not shitting where you eat. Listen, every restaurant is a cesspot for shitting where you eat for a lot of people. You need to uncurl your toes, girl. This feels better. Since Eves have a structure similar to humans, muscle fibers can get stiff. Usually, we call it a cramp. Right. Good thinking. Yeah. Come on, rich boy. Afraid you might feel something? Alright, let me just pop that one out now. And then, now it's just a matter of... Damn. Okay. Easy money. When the maintenance is over, are you planning to talk to Michelle? If she answers, of course I'll try to talk to her. If things work out well, I'll take you to a super delicious restaurant and feed you until you burst. Are you paying to? Why would I say this if I wasn't paying? Last time you said that, and then whined asking if we can go Dutch. That time, I hadn't saved up. I'm saving diligently these days. And besides, I'm going to get my money's worth back for what I feed you. You're one horned up barista. Okay. All right. Nice, less nice. I can do one of these. Thank you. I'm going to join customs after I'm done doing surgery on Grape, probably. I might take like a short break, a short fiver, have a little snack. But there is, of course, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds tonight with the crew, the gang. And you know I gotta hang out with the gang. Yes. Where's my yellows at, man? I gotta clear some fucking space. All right. Let's go. The radial wheel is really good. Repaired prey perfectly. The only person we didn't repair perfectly is fucking Orca. Damn. Maintenance is done. You should get up. No. Do it a little more. It was too fast. Even if I wanted to go easy on you, I have no more services to offer. you know how many hours it's been? Hearing this, Prey looks at me in shock. Time? It's almost been 4 hours. Snap out of it. I'm screwed. I'm sorry, boss. Prey scrambled to her feet, started putting on the coat she had taken off. I'm rooting for you and Michelle. And don't forget Polar Night. Okay. Listening to Prey's fading shout, I answered belatedly. And late in the evening, I sent a message to Michelle. My honest feelings. All these stories until now. Give me a save. Give me a save. December 21st, choice. I have to choose who I'm going. What is it? Happy Polar Night Day. Enjoy Chroma City's brightest night. Finally, Chroma City biggest festival, the Polar Night Day, has dawned. Today, December 21st, is the last Polar Night of the year and the day to illuminate the darkness with the most beautiful light. Citizens who may have felt uneasy due to recent unexpected disturbances in various parts of the city, please rest assured now. Thanks to the prompt action of Sunshine Corp and the independent government, the city has regained perfect stability. Today, leaving all antagonism and conflict behind, is the time to fully enjoy the glory achieved by our Chroma City. Today, the output of neon shine streetlights and beacons across the city will operate at 150% compared to normal times. Along with the optimal serotonin levels provided by the nanocatalyst in your bloodstream, you will experience a warmer and more vibrant sense of happiness than ever before. The shadows of depression and anxiety will lift, and only the heat of the festival will fill the city center. Citizens, the endless night of Chroma City today is never a cold darkness. It is a warm solidarity of light that we create together. We hope you spend the most perfect holiday with your family, friends, and neighbors. Happy Polar Night! The future of shining Chroma City lies right in your smiles today. Polar Night Day. The final event lighting up the end of the year in Chroma City. Neon signs were twinkling. The streets should have been full of people. But the dim maintenance shop was filled only with silence. The blackout for the festival was partly the cause. But for D1AL-ogue, the Eve maintenance shop specializing in psychotherapy, it was a little different. Even as time passed, there was no response from Michelle. It showed that the message was received, but she made no reply and showed no gesture. It's almost time for the appointment. No matter how depressed she is, a promise is a promise. A quiet street with not a single point of light, looking up at the night sky, I prepared to leave. Input canceled. Input canceled. Hi. Michelle! I thought you'd be happier to see me. Your reaction is unexpectedly dull. Maybe I should have ghosted you for a few more days. It's just so sudden. I didn't know how to react. I'm really glad to see you. I read your message. Just as my feelings are my own, your thoughts are your own. Even if I'm not your sister, I understood that you don't want to lose me. It might sound contradictory, but I thought being honest was the best way. Whoever you are, talking to you every day was fun, and it became a habit for me. Who am I? Michelle. Michelle is dead, but I am Michelle. That fact made me hate myself. To the people who love me, I felt like a monstrosity that only revives their pain, that disappearing was the right thing to do. Those thoughts filled my head. We had a lot of fun times too. That was the only way I could overcome my doubts. You cherishing me, caring for me, and loving me when I thought that was just an illusion created by drugs. I felt like I lost my last bit of worth because I have Michelle's memories. I'm just making the people Michelle loved and the people who loved Michelle suffer, disappearing quietly. Must be the answer. For my sister, she would have done that because she hated causing trouble for others. Right. It was a Michelle-like choice that I, who wanted to remain as Michelle, could make for the last time. But you told me that even if I'm not Michelle, I have worth, whether I'm Michelle or not. You asked me to stay by your side. Those were the words I wanted to hear the most. Even without pretending to be Michelle, you are fun. Sometimes you can give counseling, and sometimes you're someone I can rely on. The problem was I couldn't be like that after getting your message. I pondered what I am if I'm not Michelle. In the first place, I realized I couldn't even understand what defines Michelle. Memories? Habits? Emotions? The conviction that I am Michelle? Then I realized what you meant by, I don't know. That you were in this state too. Right. I couldn't be sure if Michelle was dead, or if you weren't Michelle. It couldn't be certain. I didn't know what the right answer was. And then somebody said this. Then be honest. Then do your best. If you can't know what the truth is, then do what you want. Living the way I want. Is that what you want? Yes. That's everything. Chris, then can I do as I want and selfishly stand by your side? The story with Michelle wasn't a perfect ending, but precisely because of that, it was more than enough to paint the stories that would follow. However, while I was distracted by the distant future, I missed what was right in front of me. I was late. Very, very late. Because of Michelle's sudden message, I'd completely forgotten about the appointment. When I belatedly told Michelle this fact, she asked, "Were you just slacking off with something important coming up?" and told me to get lost immediately. I smiled awkwardly, hurriedly finished getting ready, and frantically typed a message to someone. Oh shit. Who do I go to? Do I go to Prey, who has some pretty shit opinions, but I've also kind of been leading around as both their mechanic and their lay? Do I go to Leanne, who's taken an unsettlingly comfortable position in my life, looking up my medical history to help break the facade of amnesia I've been under? Do I go to Orca, who honestly had nothing to go with this? Or do I go alone? A-Stone says Leanne. She's cold. Furious cold. I'd probably go with Leanne, to be quite honest. We'll spend the polar night day with Leanne. Prey was hot? You didn't see the rest of them. Baddies all the way down, I'm sorry to say it. The night sky, a polar night day. The light of the chromatic zenith was brightening the city like broad daylight. The wind was cold. No, that might sound like I want to go back soon. Then how about the moon is bright tonight? You're saying that's in the top 4 most cliche pickup lines in history? I worked so hard to come up with it. Hello, Leanne. Sorry I'm late. How about the night air is nice? I think the chic vibe would be good. Leanne? Huh? You're here? You've been waiting. I'm really sorry for being late. Something urgent came up. No, I just got here too. Anyways, the night air is nice, isn't it? Your ears are bright red. Are you sure you weren't waiting? Come here. Leanne, who is always thoroughly prepared, couldn't possibly have not been waiting. And seeing how she usually likes to wear thick clothes, I was worried about Leanne, who must be very sensitive to the cold. I took my hands out of my pockets and covered Leanne's ears. Chris? Wait, I don't know how to react to this. They're really cold. Sorry for being late. Michelle contacted me. Not everything is resolved, but I'm relieved for now. Whatever happens in the future, I have you, Leanne, and there will be enough people to help. So I'm not that worried. That's a relief. Feeling your warm hands and hearing such good news, I feel like my anxiety is washing away. Then, Leanne, shall we walk for a bit? No. Let's stay like this for a bit. Not just a bit. Forever would be even better. Leanne, who isn't honest with herself, slowly snuggled into my arms, and for a very long time, we felt each other's warmth. Eventually, I caught a cold, and Leanne needed her heat control unit replaced, and after that day, Polar Night became painted with a warm happiness. As warm as Leanne's body temperature, Lying curled up in bed together and listening to Michelle's nagging was unbelievably grateful. So I quietly prayed that this moment would last forever. Cinema. Dialogue. I liked it. I think it was nice. They took some big swings. It is a kind of just an otome game. Kind of just like a choose your own adventure dating game. They have some interesting world building they're doing. Crafting. That's crazy. We're about to play some PUBG. That's crafting too. Didn't know this was a Korean game. But now I know. It is funny how much they seemingly kind of reference American politics. Alright, Insact. Alright, Kim Yo. I love everyone's little icons. Sound effects, music. Music was good. Music was probably one of the top things from this. Bitmap. Z-Labs bitmap. Third-party stuff. I'll probably go through and get the rest of the endings another time. I love when they say "and you" because I know I did that. Oh shit! Too many people. I'm doomed. This is a disaster. That's Prey, by the way, in cosplay. Hey Prey, what are you doing hiding under the counter? Where did the buff girl's strong heart that O'Hara kept going on about? Hey, O'Hara's strength is about the will to fight evil alone. It's different from acting like an attention seeker in front of a crowd. Prey, what are you doing? Come out and spread this noble buff girl's spirit. The captain is calling. Time to move out and protect the citizens, right? Ugh, seriously. Fine, I'm going. I said I'm going. Honestly, Prey should end up with her boss. Which is like, you know, there's power dynamics to that. But they share more hobbies than with her weird mechanic. Oh, shit! What's all this? You're too kind, Chris. I know you're trying to be considerate, but ignoring my signals until the very end, it's really cruel. Never mind that, what's the syringe in your hand? It's a drug that makes you honest. Let go of complex thoughts and react. Holy shit. Just hearing the description makes it sound dangerous. No way, it's very safe. I already took it myself. What? I should be kicking in about... How is it? Do you feel anything? Huh? Who is you? There, almost done. How does it feel? Oh, I'm building a body for Michelle. That's perverted. Jesus Christ. Not at all. My joints are creaking. I had to make sure you could move first. Use some emergency spare parts. You don't mean that junk piled up in the warehouse, do you? You know exactly what my bank account looks like. Then restore my backup. Being data is better than being in a body I can barely control. Can't do that. Why not? I already put out an ad. Said I hired a cute and capable new employee. Give me a cute smile, please. Huh. You'd better swap these for high quality parts later. Got it? Interesting. That's dialogue for you. That's dialogue. Not bad. Not a bad kind of vibe. I mean, were there better games? Yeah, there's always better games in life. Did I enjoy this one? Yes, I did. Would I recommend it? Yeah. I am gonna see the other endings another time, probably off stream. But yeah, thanks for hanging for it. I'm gonna pop out for like a quick sec, and I'm gonna hop into PUBG with everyone. Just gonna scarf a little bit, give myself a little bit more water. I've been chugging this water. This is a lot more talking than I anticipated doing today. But hey, maybe it's Visual Novel Wednesdays. Could be fun. Could be fun. In any case, I'll be right back.